evening, gang. Who wants to recap last session for inspiration?
We. Oh, good.
Nope,
Good.
nope, please,
Nope.
please,
No.
Ted, please.
I
No,
did it
no,
last
no,
time.
no. You are better at this, and I am kind of drunk, so you do it, please, and thank you.
Hey, June.
Hmm.
Could you please recap last session for inspiration?
Uh, I feel like I'm gonna miss some details, but I will sure fucking try. So we ended up getting to the avium, which is this giant sort of man-made tree,
Petrified tree.
petrified tree with a bunch of like terrariums and stuff floating around it. Super cool place. There we met Roderick's partner that he spoke a lot of, and that was kind of emotional, and all of us just sort of got attached to goodness. Oh boy, it's taken a while for me to log on to Roll20, guys. Serena, yeah, that's right. I haven't been at 100%, guys. Just
You're doing great.
You're doing good.
anyways,
Uh-huh.
Great.
we talked to the dean about what we were doing there. He mentioned that everything basically was to our disposal except for like forbidden magics that were kept in the basement somewhere in the library that we weren't allowed to go to, and not many people are. So we immediately got interested in that and insisted on going there. Hattie tried to barter his map for access, but the dean said no, and we just said, "Oh well, okay, we'll just do it our own way." And we ended up researching, switching some spells, exploring the avium, etc. The biggest thing I think we researched and focused on was this aspect of ice, and in a very old tome that goodness, that I almost said Gladys. That Lady Cluck actually uncovered for us via gossip and liquoring up some grad students. We found some passages referring to an aspect of ice, and also some origins and explanations for elemental creatures and how they work and all that fun stuff. We were chasing this line of research and asking the librarian, but the librarian seemed very shifty, and neither Wisteria nor Gladys took very kindly to that. And we really pushed until we sort of made him mad, and he stormed off. Kind of. However much a nervous, sort of neurotic man can storm off, adjusting his glasses and in a huff. And as we were leaving the library, both of us, or sorry, we were leaving in two groups, which was a great idea, obviously. When we were attacked by our own shadows, which animated from the floor and came to life after the lights went all spooky and things went sort of haywire. And then afterwards, we found or rather, Gladys found a piece of paper that had some runes that had to do with whatever. Goodness, it's not evocation, but
Conjuration.
thank you, conjuration magic that was probably used to raise these specters or whatever they are. And we sort of got the librarian into suspicion because, sort of weird how he exited the room and in a huff, mad at us, and we got attacked. So I feel like at least I was under the impression that we were being punished or like dissuaded from going somewhere we weren't supposed to be, or like disrespecting this librarian man who's very simultaneously prideful and very extremely nervous. So we insisted that he be brought to the dean, and he was brought to the dean. And we talked it over, and both of them pointed towards a necromancer that used to teach there by the name Ted?
Oswald Ebenhart.
Oswald.
Oswald.
Sorry,
Oswald.
right. It's Oswald.
Oddwald. Fucking
Oddwald
great name.
Ebenhart. Whoops.
Oddwald.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Not to be
Right.
mistaken with Oswald Cobblepot.
Yeah.
Two different people.
So we have this lead on Oswald, but I might be just speaking for myself, but I don't think that the librarian is necessarily out of our radar for suspicion, but I guess we are going to be careful. Wisteria suggested perhaps a student that followed Oddwald's teachings might be responsible for this if they were still on the inside, because, nobody had seen the guy since he was let go a while ago. And what else? Oh, right. I believe Gladys put in a good word for our very, very good friend Susan. And yeah, that's about it. Right? Did I miss anything, Ted?
Not that I can
Thank
think
you. Great, cool. I thought I was missing a bunch of stuff, but
No.
guess that's all.
of. I mean, I think it was sort of... It wasn't coincidence that we got attacked when the librarian left, but I don't think he had anything to do with it. I think whoever attacked us just waited for the librarian to leave.
Right. Oh, and
Because we
I
are
think...
the targets.
Right. Yeah, and... Oof. Yeah, that's about it. We're weird that we are the targets.
Yeah. So after your conversation with the dean, you were escorted to the infirmary, where you can all be rested, and those who are uninjured may return to their dorms. And you can all get a long rest, which means anyone who had been attacked by the shadows and had any of their strength drained, it would be returned to them. I think that is like 2 people,
Yeah.
one of those being Cluck, who who really did just get
Eviscerated
whooped.
by that
mauled.
strength sap.
And after you completed your long rest, I'd like to start by asking what it is you would like to do. Do you wish to
Well-
investigate the faculty and students, or continue working in the library?
Gladys is interested in this former necromancer professor, I guess, Professor Ebenhart, Oddwald Ebenhart, and would like to try and find out more about this individual, see if there's someone who covers necromancy for the Avium now, or if any of Ebenhart's colleagues are still employed here, and just try and find those things out and start down that avenue of getting information.
Okay. Anyone else?
Don't think so.
Yeah, I think gathering sort of information on that would be a priority for me. We might... I don't know whether we want to split our, I guess, efforts between the students and the faculty. I don't know how far that would get us, or if we need to, but just putting that out there, that might be a thing to do.
I don't know how much we looked into it last time we were doing research, but if one of the topics that was available was the Great Calamity itself, if we haven't looked into that extensively, I think Serena would start there.
Okay. Reminder that doing library research is several days of an endeavor.
True. But it's going to be a while probably before we hear about Oddwald, so... Well,
Yeah.
that depends on what Gladys gets, I guess.
I'm gonna say, like, it's not a bad idea to start doing research. It is just the reminder that is how that will play out.
I think if Serena and I go on for research, and Gladys and the rest of them are the ones with their ears to the ground, I think we should be making progress in both ways just as well.
Okay. Oh, 1 second. All right. So then, Gladys, you, with the assistance of Reese, the professor who took you around yesterday, are able to get some information from the dean as far as students and faculty that might be people of interest. And this list of names is cobbled together somewhat from the from what is described as some unusual events that have happened on campus that were not maybe necessarily thought to be connected, but might have more bearing now with the information that you have brought. And what is also mentioned pretty clearly is that, like, the avium itself, while it is a natural structure, it has been shaped, and there is no small amount of magic that has been used to transform it thus. And as part of that, many wizards from the past certainly have imbued the building itself with its own arcanic force, which means that occasionally odd things just do happen. And so some of these odd occurrences can occasionally be dismissed as just a fault of the arcanic mechanics. But the frequency of these couple of events has presented as somewhat concerning. And you are given a list of names of individuals who have recently borne witness to some of these odd occurrences that have either been, dismissed or either as, like, just an odd thing that has happened, or maybe even something that may not have even happened. And those names are as follows. Figgery Figgins, a general studies student, Corvax Ravane, a divination instructor, and Gel Platena, a theoretical necromancy student.
Theoretical necromancy.
Excellent.
That's pretty choice.
Just out of curiosity, any of these other odd occurrences involve anyone getting attacked?
You'll have to go and investigate and find out.
Great. All right, well, I'm going to go start asking some questions then. Anybody want to come with me?
I'll go with you. I do not want to read books anymore.
Yeah, it makes me a little tired too, Hattie. All right, well, you want to start with the professor, or you want to start with some of these students?
Students first.
All right, let's, what do you say we start with Gel? It sounds like, they're currently a necromancy student. And they might have some insight into what's going on, as well as Professor Ebonhart not being around anymore.
That sounds good.
All right, so Hattie and I will go off in search of Gel Platena.
The middlest name.
That's got to be the one. It's just right.
Yeah. You got Corvax Ravane. Figgery Figgin.
No.
Yeah.
More like Figgity Figgins.
There we go.
There we go.
There it is.
Oh man. Okay. From Reese, you can acquire the location of Gel's dormitory, and you can also, perchance, if you'd like to just try to find her on campus, what would be your preference?
I don't know which is less creepy, like waiting by her dorm room, or getting a description of her and then hunting her down on campus somewhere. They both sound awful.
I'm gonna leave that to your discretion.
Say, Reese. What if we go hang out in the commons and you make whatever announcement you are capable of making here at the school and have Jill come meet us there?
She nods to you and says that she will go and inquire about the class schedule and try to find Gel for you.
Oh, thank God. How do you want to play some foosball while we wait?
This foosball.
Oh, come here, I'll show you.
What is a foos?
I don't know. Maybe it's what they make the ball out of.
Is it a rock?
Perhaps. It's just about as hard as a rock. You see, what you have to do is, you're these guys here. You're everybody that's painted blue, and I'm everybody that's painted red. And we spin these rods, and then we drop the foosball in there and try and shoot it in the other person's hole.
Oh, that was not innuendo. Okay. How many of these do you hold at a time?
Well, I mean, most of us can only do 2, but there's no limit. If you think you can either balance on one leg and use your other 3 limbs, or if you think you can have all 4 limbs on these, then bully for you. Then I'm in deep trouble, I think.
I don't think I could. Do we play to a set amount of points, or?
Well, we can, but I mean, I just sort of figured we'd play until Gel showed up or we got bored.
Mhm.
It's sort of feeling like you're getting bored already.
I am, yes.
Well, all right. Why don't we have a seat and you can pull out that star map and give me
Ah,
another lesson or two.
yes.
Yeah, I
I
thought
would
you might
prefer
like
to
that.
do that.
Wonderful.
Hattie pulls out the fucking star map. Just no idea. Starts going through one by one, listing like his favorite stars, his favorite constellations.
Oh, you don't say. Really, the archer, you like that? Okay. No, I've seen you take the form of the archer. It's pretty
Mhm.
impressive. So it's not shocking that it's among your favorites.
Yeah, the chalice is pretty good too.
Mm.
And
Yeah,
then over here you see the satchel, and then
Mhm.
if you look inside of it, it's the secret because it's hidden.
Right, but not. I guess it's hidden from the other constellations, but not hidden from
Yes.
because with an expert stargazer like yourself, you're able to peer through these things.
hmm
I see. I understand.
And then there's the grinning man also. That's pretty spooky.
It's a little spooky. Hey, is there any speculation as to what the grinning man is grinning about?
No.
Maybe, maybe he knows what's in that satchel.
He might.
That's why he grins, because he knows the secret too.
Like as this is going on, Hattie is paying less and less attention to the specifics of what Gladys is saying. Just sort of buying in, like, yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Right.
Yeah, probably.
It sounds like there's a pretty good chance that at some point Gladys could start saying things like, "Oh yeah, and you can just pluck one of those out of the sky and eat it like an apple," and Hattie would be like, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
that's right."
It's a deadly
Uh-huh.
cycle of polite patronizing.
Right.
Fucking lethal. Anyway, eventually, a Sarah Luma in gray robes and in an amulet of the Avium approaches you all with some confusion, followed by Reese, who you hear a brief conversation discussing what is happening before she approaches you and introduces herself as Gel. I heard you had some questions for me.
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Jill. My name is Gladys, and this is my friend Hattie.
Hello.
Hi.
We understand you're a necromancy student here.
Theoretical necromancy. Yes.
Theoretical necromancy. I understand. And who teaches that nowadays?
Oh, Professor Nightseed, Glinda Nightseed, teaches. Well, she's the dean of the school of necromancy.
I see.
But not many people are as well versed as her. If you study with her, you're studying from the best.
Oh well. And that must be very exciting for you. Congratulations.
Thank you. It takes a lot to get the legal permissions to study such topics. Even in theory, it's still considered a dangerous art, even though we understand that some forms of necromancy are not necessarily the revival of dead into undead, and rather to proper life. It's still, touchy subject.
Well, it's a touchy subject, and it is good to hear that you are under such wise tutelage here that has a broader understanding of what necromancy can bring to the world. Speaking of things that have been brought to the world, I don't know if Reese has explained to you that Hattie and I and some of our other companions have recently witnessed a rather unusual event, and we understood that you also have witnessed an unusual event recently, and that some of these events, that can be categorized as unusual have been happening frequently enough here that it's worth looking into to see if they're connected in any sort of way. Were we informed correctly that you've, in fact, have witnessed some unusual occurrence?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, a while ago I was finishing up some extra credit assignment in Professor Leechwood's potion lab, when something happened. The servitors that were cleaning up the lab, they suddenly stopped and walked out of the lab and went towards the crossing platform, back to the avium structure itself. I thought it was weird because they just kind of stopped mid-work, and I followed them, and it looked like they were headed towards the lower library, and I followed them all the way down to the library itself, but I lose access after a couple of levels, so I mean, I don't know where they were going, but just deeper in, I guess. I talked with the administration later, but I haven't heard anything back, and I figured, maybe they just needed to tune up or something, but yeah, it was weird.
And normally they just continue their cycle of cleaning the lab. And so it was unusual that they stopped halfway through and went about some other business.
Right. It's not, I mean, maybe it's not that weird, but I mean, the servitors are a form of necromancy, and so it was somewhat interesting to me to see them performing as they had been. I was curious.
I see. And just so I'm clear, you were able to follow them into the lower depths of the library as far as your access allowed, but then they just continued on because they have greater access than you do. Is that correct?
Right. Most of the servitors have a default mechanic of a sort that allows them greater access throughout. I mean, they are just skeletons after all. They're not particularly technically dangerous, or not like they can read. They have unlimited access, but the pathways and passages and portals and such are finicky about what they let through. You can't just, like, I don't know, climb on top of one and hope that you're allowed deeper access.
Hattie, do you have any questions?
I do not think so.
Oh, one last thing, Jel, before we let you go. Does this mean anything to you? I'm not really well versed in magics, but I did find this, and I will pull out the scrap of paper that had the runic stuff. I think the dean identified it as potentially being Ebonheart's handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see if Jel has any sort of reaction to it. She can add anything to
it. She looks it over and says, I recognize some of this for the purposes of some form of reanimation. Professor Nightseed would certainly know more.
Hmm. All right, well, we do appreciate your time, and I guess hopefully this is all just a big coincidence, and nothing untoward is afoot, and everyone can just focus on the learning that they're here to do. We thank you very much for taking time to talk to us, Jeff.
Of course.
As soon as she's gone, Hattie'll say, okay, so Figgery or Korvax next?
Let's try the other student. Let's try Figgery, and then we can
Mhm.
go through some of the faculty that we've got. How's that sound?
That sounds good.
Reese begins leading you out of the commons, actually, and towards the dormitories, and informs you, as you're walking, that Figgery has recently requested a leave of absence, claiming illness of some kind. And she mentions that there's some concern about that, but admittedly, it's college, and it's the most advanced college in the forest. People get tired. It could just be burnout, as far as you know. And she brings you to the assigned dorm, knocks on it. A gray-furred Gerbine pokes his nose out and says, "Yes?"
Figgery Figgins?
"Yes?"
Hi, this is Hattie, and my name's Gladys.
Hello.
If you can spare a moment, we understand you might have seen something that's a bit unusual, and well, there's been a fair number of those things going on around here recently, and so we're trying to figure out if they're connected at all.
When let me see. When you say that there's a what's the word? That you're investigating something, his nose twitches and he shuts the door.
Figgery, gonna have to open the door.
No, thank you. You hear through the lock.
Well, we've been asked to look around and see what we could put together by the dean, but we're not affiliated with the school at all. So I guess you could talk to us, and we could try and make heads or tails what has you so spooked. Or we can just report to the dean that you refuse to talk to us and we're acting pretty suspicious. And, well, I don't see how that could work out well for you.
Would you like to roll a persuasion or intimidation check? This feels like an intimidation check to me.
Okay, I'll roll intimidation.
Okay.
Hattie mutters something under his breath. Oh,
Holy shit.
wow. I need a 1d4. See,
Holy
this
shit.
is
Whoa!
this is the
Adding
second
freak
time in a
nat
week that
20s.
yeah, Every time I've given guidance in the last week, somebody's gotten a nat 20. Holy shit.
There's a moment, and then the door opens again, and the heavy and tired eyes of this little fellow kind of peer back up at you. He looks like he's not slept, and he's a little jumpy. He speaks to you through the cracked door. What do you want?
Well, why don't you let Hattie and I in? Reese can go fuck off.
She looks quite offended, takes a step back, and the door opens to you.
I look over my shoulder at Reese and I'm giving her the come on, like trying to get this kid to talk to me.
She wanders down the hall some.
Okay. And I'm not gonna force my way in, but if Figuries opened the door wide enough that I could get in, I'm going to stride confidently in like that is what he intended.
Yep.
Yeah, there's like a slight resistance as the door is kind of like knocked from his hands, and you enter. And the room itself looks as if it's kind of been overturned to be made into, like a depression den, little bit. And as soon as you enter, he pulls one of the lumped up blankets from the bed and around him, and goes to stand near his desk and look at all of you expectantly.
So, Figure, tell me, how long had you been thinking about coming to the Avium to study?
2 years.
I ask, because we have a good friend who also been thinking about trying to study at the Avium for a long time. She tried and hasn't been able to get in yet, but hasn't given it up either. Is still working on getting in and being able to study here. It must be really prestigious to be accepted and be able to come study. You must be very proud.
One of his hands goes and picks up a mug that's sitting on the table and kind of turns it over in his hands a few times. Yeah.
So, if you've been thinking about coming here for 2 years and you're very proud about studying here, why are you talking about leaving?
I saw something. Something no one should have ever seen, I don't think.
Well,
His eyes kind of look over to the window, and he kind of steps towards it and flicks the curtain shut.
What was it?
I don't know. It was it had four eyes looking at me. It glowed red. And it clattered. It made an awful noise when it moved. It looked like it had a lot of legs. It had no skin or meat on it.
Where did you see it?
Just outside. And he looks over back towards the window. I think I passed out when I saw it. When I woke up, I felt sick. I got harder to go to class and keep up, and I don't know. I just don't feel very good anymore. I don't think I can. I don't think I can keep up, even if I didn't think that thing was still out there somewhere.
How long ago did you see it?
I don't know. I haven't really left the dorm, and my sleep schedule's kind of messed up.
Hmm.
Have you gone to the infirmary or seen any healers here about how you're feeling?
His ears kind of hang low, and he shakes his head. It's I I thought I could sleep it off.
Yeah, well, how's that working out for you?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, listen, I appreciate you sharing that information with us. I'd look at Hattie. It sounds like some unusual stuff that we've seen too. Although I must admit, I'm surprised to hear that anyone's seen it here at the Avium.
He kind of looks up, and his ears lift a little bit. You've seen something like it?
I've seen a little bit. I think Hattie's probably seen a little bit more than I have. But yeah, I've seen something that sort of fits that description.
You said it glowed?
Its eyes. Yeah.
Just the eyes, not the rest of it?
Yeah. Red.
It was not reflecting light. It was light from inside.
I think
the
so.
eyes. And it was a skeleton or something?
Oh no, I think I'd know a skeleton if I saw one. It looked like it was probably bone, but it wasn't like any skeleton of any creature I'd ever seen. It looked like it had bird folk arms, but there were too many of them, and then like paw hands, and he stretches out one of his own hands and flexes his fingers.
Did it speak to you or anything?
No, I just heard it clattering as it climbed past the window. It was climbing up the outside.
Are you usually able to hear things outside of the windows?
I guess sometimes.
So it wasn't very loud. Or maybe it was, but...
Yeah.
What time of day do you think you saw this thing?
It was definitely night. It was definitely night. It was definitely cold and wet outside. I remember. I was watching the rain.
Well, this sounds really interesting to me, and I might have some more questions for you in the future. Um, and you know, I can't help but think that, you know, maybe your time at the Avium here isn't done. Do you think maybe you'd be willing to hang around a little bit, just long enough that maybe Hattie can take a look, have a little conversation with you? Maybe another healer friend could take a look, have a conversation with you, see if we can't at least get you sleeping a little bit better.
If you give me 10 minutes, I can
Sure. Yeah.
see if it did something to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll settle in and cast Detect Magic.
You do see an aura of necromancy, just light, just as if
Mhm.
there's an effect. Yeah.
Yeah, but there is a lingering effect.
Yeah.
It's not huge, but it's not just in his head. It's not
Yeah.
just psychological.
Yeah.
You can probably tell by Hattie's expression, Gladys, like immediately seeing it.
Mhm.
Oh, you should go to the infirmary.
Oh. Is everything all right?
I think it is fine. It can be removed, maybe, but it is not in your head.
Oh.
It did something to you, or it left something behind.
Okay.
What do you think, Figure? You want to go take a walk?
Yeah. Yeah.
We can take you to the infirmary and see what they have to say. They may know better than me.
Okay. Yeah. He starts getting ready to leave the apartment in what probably is days.
Right. Say,
Yeah.
Figure, I don't suppose you know what foos is?
Foos?
Yeah,
Sorry, are you saying food?
No, I'm saying
No.
foos. Hattie and I had a conversation earlier about the foosball,
Yeah, the
and
foosball.
we don't know what foos is.
Ah. Well. Well, I think it's because it used to be, well, it's based off football, right? Just kind of slang, right? Foosball? Football?
Yeah, that could be.
That makes sense.
I think, Hattie, once we solve this mystery, maybe we can get onto that one. What do you say?
Maybe. I do not know the rules of football, though.
Hmm. Mystery to me as well. And we will escort Figure to the clinic.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Have
You
him
can
take out
do
his
so.
student ID to get a little health care.
You can do so. They likewise will do a similar examination, and use remove curse, and there's some of the weight under his eyes sort of lifts, and his eyelids get a little heavy. Even though he's like suddenly very relaxed, you can tell that he's no longer bothered. You know.
All right, Figure. Well, thanks a lot for your help.
Yeah.
I'm guessing we're going to have some more questions for you. Hopefully, you'll still be around so that we can ask them.
Yeah. I can.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear. We appreciate the help.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Do we want to check in with our research team and see what they're learning?
Research team has, if they're looking at the Great Calamity, they have 3 days of research to
All
get
right, Hattie,
information. But you can go and talk to them and check in.
Okay.
Give him the TLDR.
Yeah, right. we will do that. Let them know that Gel saw these servitors that just stopped their usual cleaning mid-clean and hightailed it down to the lower levels of the library where she was unable to follow them. So they went down far enough that your average student wouldn't have access to it. And then we will relay the entire Figure situation. And yeah, just let him know that he is now recovering in the infirmary, and see if they've got any ideas for questions, or if that helps shape their research at all.
So, you said that the servitors, the cleaning servitors, that just stopped in the middle of what they were doing and ran down to the sort of restricted area. How the hell did they have access? Do all of them just have access, or what?
Huh.
Well,
Yeah, right?
I think the follow-up question there is, how are they controlled? We were worried that maybe somebody here was helping Oddwald, but I suppose it's possible that he might just be controlling the servitors. That would give him access to the entire library, or the entire avium, really, without having to have anybody else.
Well, I mean, again, that depends on how that question is answered. Because if the servitors just have all access, then yeah, exactly. That's really concerning. And also useful for us. But if the answer is no, then somebody had to be there letting them in. Which is equally as concerning, but less grave, I guess. Less like there's an army of things with all access that are being controlled, and more just one dude is letting a bunch of hijacked constructs into the library.
Yeah, we were told that they have their own personal access. The servitors do.
Oh.
That's why I was thinking if somebody is able to take control of them, then they have access to the entire avium, without anybody having to know, because they're just remote controlling a bunch of bots.
I guess while I'm researching, I'll be on the lookout for anything that crosses the library, and I'll probably excuse myself to follow it, if that's okay. If I see any servitors walking through.
And this creature that this student saw, does that ring any bells for anybody? Does it ring any bells for myself?
Does it ring any bells?
Arcana checks.
All right. Oh no! Why am I always the shittest at things I'm proficient at? Fuck me.
Unfortunately. Holy fuck.
God damn it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. This is apt.
One
Serena
point.
should actually know something about this.
Let's pick up the energy a little. Thank you.
Two of us exasperated, like we shit the bed. Okay, you handle it.
Serena, there is tale of really unholy arcana that is used to amalgamate corpses into a single entity, then give an animation. But you can't recall the name of it.
But I'm afraid I can't really recall the name of this abomination.
It does sound awful, though.
But it means that somebody was creating it. Somebody's doing this work, and if this Oddwald fellow is indeed the preeminent necromancer that we have been that we have been described, then it stands to reason that they may be somewhere closer than we think. Creating that thing, controlling it here, and it could be that they're the one who create. I'm assuming the servitors have been here longer than Oddwald had been around, but those might be some questions for either the librarian or somebody who's been here for a while, like the dean.
Yes, and I think we do have some questions for Professor Nightseed, who is now the dean of the necromancy department. I believe they'll probably know, or should know, what the specific school of magic is that has to do with reanimating amalgamated corpses.
I mean, it left traces of necromancy behind on someone that just saw it.
That would make sense.
But something had to make this thing?
Oh yes, they don't exactly get up and walk around on their own.
That is good. We can continue. Do you want to join us in talking to the teacher, or do you want to stay here?
I can go with you if you need. I think I might be making some progress here. There's a couple of these tomes that might have something useful.
It may get dangerous if the professor is involved somehow.
I suppose I can take a break then and go with y'all.
All right. Well, let's talk with Professor Ravane first, and then we can go talk with Professor Nightseed. How does that sound?
That sounds good. Wisteria, do you want to come, or do you want to stay and read?
Yeah, if it's gonna get dangerous, maybe. I think all of us together would be the best course of action. This can wait. The books aren't going anywhere.
And also, we do not know if you will be attacked in the library again.
Yeah, I'd
That
like to
should have
not.
occurred to me earlier, actually, but yeah.
Not like those things were a real match anyways, but, I'm appreciative of your concern.
Okay. You want to go see Ravane first, right?
Yes.
Okay. Professor Ravane is in his classroom, a dusk corvum in blue robes, who seems to be performing some kind of ritual with small animal bones, with some consternation, catching them up and dropping them into a basin repeatedly. He looks up when you enter and says, "Come in. Yes, my name is my name is Corvax Ravane. I understand you are guests of the Avium. Yes."
Yes.
Correct.
Yes, it's good to see you all. What is it that I might be able to help you with?
Well, we understand that you seen something unusual recently, and given that that has been a frequent occurrence amongst many teachers and students here, the dean has asked us to check that out. So if you don't mind telling us what you saw, that would be most helpful.
Oh, as you should. You've come at an opportune moment. I'm just now reviewing such events. I've had the very strange misfortune, I should say, that I've only been able to divine one such fortune over and over the past few nights. It is concerning. There is no form of prophecy that I have otherwise been able to interpret. The bones refuse to reveal any new information. If you would like, I might show you. And he beckons you forward towards his desk.
Sure, I'll walk up to the desk.
Serena will follow also. I would be fascinated to see your method of seeing events.
Hattie's conspicuously not stepping up.
Yeah, okay.
The gods offer foresight to those who are willing to put their mental state into their own hands. Watch. He collects these little bone pieces. They do look like animal bones, but some of them have been specifically cut and shaped to appear more like small beads, like long beads that have runes and things marked into them. He rattles them in his talons before dropping them into the basin. And when he does so, a light silvery mist begins to seep from the runes and begin spelling out, but also verbally whispering very softly two lines of verse. A black heart lies among the white and gray, but in the dimness it is hard to say. Who is friend, who is foe, the master wheel, the monster woe. I have not been able to receive any other form of communique from the Amaranthine in some time. This is a grave portent, to be sure.
And how long would you say you've been getting this same message?
I regularly converse, but it has been every ritual that I have had for better half of a week, I believe.
It's always the same incantation, the same procedure, but nothing new.
Correct.
Sounds like you're getting a warning.
I believe so. I think there might be someone who I should trust. That is someone I am being warned against, but could not say if it were perhaps a student or faculty member or... And he looks at all of you. Travelers.
Well, that does make it difficult.
Yes.
Say, do you know anything about Professor Ebonheart? Or should I say former Professor Ebonheart?
Dark practitioner. I have met with him on occasion.
Do you know why he's no longer a professor here?
It takes very little for the theoretical to become practical when studying the arcane.
Hmm. Well,
Any practitioner might tell you so. Nightseed, the current head of the necromantic department, is all too familiar.
so,
Too familiar how?
As the master of the servitors that offer janitorial services and organizational clerical services within the avium, she is quite familiar with the operation of these devices. Granted, all of the bodies that have been donated for this purpose are all willing, consenting corpses left by students and faculty of the avium from the past. It is no desecration, technically, but we all have our own opinions on what it is that should be done with our dead.
sounds like you're not very fond of what Professor Nightseed is doing with these dead bodies.
Well, I cannot deny the service that the creations offer, and I myself have made use of them. But I do not intend to donate my own body should I come to pass anytime soon.
No, I could certainly understand that. I don't think that really speaks ill or reflects poorly on what Professor Nightseed is doing or your opinion of what they're doing. Just not for you. I understand. Would you say you consider Professor Nightseed to be a person that you would trust here at the Avian?
Trust, yes, she is. Though, as I said, she may dabble in a disagreeable art form. I cannot deny her skill, her responsibility, and her conversation, at least, of the subject is polite and more tolerable than some.
Well, I thank you for your time. Hey, you know, can you make heads or tails of this thing? And I will show him the scrap of paper with the runes on it and just see if I can get any additional information out of him.
Unfortunately, again, this would be outside of my own field of expertise.
Probably best to talk to Professor Nightseed.
There would be no one else I would trust.
Wonderful. Well, I don't have any more questions. Does anybody else?
No, nothing.
No.
It seems most of our questions will be answered by Nightseed.
It seems as if that is the ordained order of events for you.
Well, thank you for your time. Say, you wouldn't happen to be involved with or have any pull with the admissions committee, would you?
Well, I typically review applications for anyone under my own tutelage.
Well, you know, I know a little bit about magic. I don't know very much, so I don't know what school they'd be flying under, but we've got a friend, Susan. Keep an eye out.
We're just working our way through,
Yep.
dropping wrecks.
Dude, I'm getting ready to like buy
Swear
the
to God.
crew team a bunch of shit and go a full Felicity Huffman.
Hell yeah.
Get Susan in here.
We got some gold. It's time
Right.
to start greasing some palms.
Right.
Oh, okay. Is that all for
I think that's all I got.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
really.
I mean, if we can sort of pause and just sort of above table here for a second, it seems pretty clear. Like all signs are pointing to Nightseed.
Yeah.
They're in charge of the servitors.
One to talk to, not necessarily like a conspirator, though.
I don't know, dude. Like, we now know Nightseed's in charge of the servitors.
Yep.
Right.
That was
So-
conspicuous.
Yeah. So that, sort of checks Gel off the list as to what they were saying, right? They're the head of the necromancy department, right? Which means they're at least, casually suspect in what went on with Figgery.
Yeah,
Right.
see, I get where you're coming from, but that just starts feeling like a Slytherin situation where
Yeah.
every necromancer just starts being inherently evil, and that just
It's a real Slytherin situation.
I mean,
Then again-
I hear you, right?
Humblewood.
Right. I'm like, you're giving Humblewood an awful lot of credit.
Also, just D&D in general.
fair.
Necromancer.
point.
They just call them cultists, and they're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
so it's just a necromancer, huh?" Yeah.
Man, actually, now I think about it, Susan's badass, and we're still trying to get her in here. So
Yeah. Fine. We've been very even-handed with our regard for.
yeah, like I mean, I'm not suggesting that we just kick in Nightseed's door and
I say we replace Nightseed with Susan.
right. Well, that sounds lovely to me.
That's
That
the long
sounds great.
play.
Right, and right, we can get what's the name of her bug in here?
Normal.
Yeah, we can get Normal in here
Get
too.
normal in here.
Yeah, that sounds lovely.
Normal can
Oh.
audit a course or two.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just saying, like, I think the idea, like, oh, maybe we should all be together for this next
Yeah.
round of questioning, like,
Oh, yeah,
sounds
no.
like it's
Oh.
going to be super helpful for this
Yeah.
Nightseed situation.
I was like, Nightseed's where we're gonna get in a fucking fight. It's fucking Nightseed. We're gonna have to fight a scrambler, what the fuck that thing is. We're gonna have to fight. We're gonna have to fight a boogity scrambler.
Sorry, what?
We're gonna have to fight a boogity scrambler. You heard me.
Yeah.
You're muted. If you're
I said I hear you, but I don't
okay.
hear you.
Do you have any questions? It's a boogity scrambler, and or we could call it like the knockty knock, because bones can knock
Why
together.
don't we just go talk to? Let's just go talk to this professor.
I mean, I could riff on names for this hell beast for a while.
I like this. All right, I think we're gonna take our 15 because it feels like a good place to take the 15.
Cool.
Also, I have to pee. Okay.
I do like the dirtbag boogity scrambler just stopping by some guy's window and say, "Oh, hey there.
Just to fuck him up.
Yeah.
You dude,
Good.
you want to hurt you?"
Hey,
That guy
man,
fuck-
you got Hot Pockets in there?
No, you do. I can smell him.
Oh no! No!
You got hot
I'll be
pocket
back.
vision. I can see those hot pockets you're hiding.
I think we're like maybe 3 riffs away from Cody and I creating a spin-off podcast, the Boogity Scrambler Hour, which is just he and I like talking to each other. Hey man, what you got some Totina's pizza rolls?
I think our conceit is we get Ted and June to just rotate giving us the description only of a D&D monster, and we just
Oh,
go
man.
with it.
It's like draw a fucking draw feed
It
or
is
whatever
draw,
that,
yeah.
but with words and
Just
riffs.
verbal. You give us a description, and first one of us has to try to come up with a name for it, and the other one has to try to like develop it like a voice.
That actually sounds like hella fun.
That actually does sound really fun. Yeah.
My dumbass brain just read the fucking description for a beholder, and the first thing it came up with is, "Oh, that's an eyeball, George." Nothing. God damn it! Eyeball, George.
That's an eyeball.
Oh, that's fucking great.
Notice it, that's an eyeball, George. That was that's my ADHD jump brain thought for the day. Where it was just like, yeah, sure, this. No copy edit on that one. Welcome back, Boogity Scrambler. I have named a beholder Eyeball George. Well, all beholders are Eyeball Georges.
That's
technically.
fair. You know what? I will go back. I'll go back into the Tay Hunt games, the recordings, and I'll edit over every time I say beholder or
He
can't-
thinks-
Eyeball George.
eyeball George. Yeah.
Okay, we could get something good for like illithids. Let me read the description. They came up a lot.
That is true.
Yeah.
Squid face is easy, but it is good. It's not as funny, for sure.
I had one, but it slipped my mind. Be right back.
My brain's just stuck on like Davy Jones looking motherfuckers.
Pasta mouth.
Which is
Oh!
Pasta Mouth is pretty good.
I hate that made me want to get noodles.
You want to eat noodles now?
Like, I was like, oh, I could fuck up some ramen RN.
Yeah.
I don't have any ramen. Damn.
Diet. Brains. Yep.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. That's one of those things where, like, if that is literally the only thing they were able to eat, this fucking species doesn't last. Not even close. Like, they gotta have a supplement for brains.
vegan
for when
brain?
they're- Or just, like, an alternative. Just, like, when they can't get a good crop of brains. Or, like, some of them gotta eat, like, I don't know.
It does remind me a great
Animal
t-shirt I saw at one point said, "What does a vegan zombie eat?"
Great.
Great.
That's very good.
I love it.
I also take umbrage, I think, in the case of illithids, with them referring to those little fucking things as tadpoles. Fucking. Like, every sentence the tadpole is in like this Forgotten Realms fandom wiki thing. We gotta name it something else. tadpole implantation process.
Yep.
Yup.
Implanted with a tadpole.
Yup.
Yep.
Brain golem is fine. Brain golem is good. Even the look of this thing is fucking stupid. I love it. It's just like 8 foot tall. What's it made out of? It's just like a bud of an elder brain. Yeah, what about the rest of it? It's just brain. I'm afraid it's just brain.
From toe to tip.
That's it.
I know it doesn't work visually, but if we're gonna start calling mind flayers pasta faces, can we start calling the tadpoles penne pasta faces?
Oh.
Huh. Wow.
Ew.
That's
I feel like
We could go simply. We Kabatapi, fusilli.
there's some part of me that's like, how dare you? How dare you?
I mean, there's a pasta shape that's perfect. I might not know it, but I know it's out there.
I need that Winter Soldier. He's out of line, but he's right. Like, he's right here.
The miniature giant space hamster.
I'm in a weird space now. I found the miniature giant space hamsters.
Have you not played Baldur's Gate?
I have.
Boo and Minsk?
Oh fuck. Oh, I forgot. Okay. Oh, speaking of Baldur's Gate, the first game we have played on this PS5 that we have couch co-op was the fucking re-release of Dark Alliance Baldur's Gate. Just as like, so we have a PS5, and the first thing we're playing split screen on it is a game from 2001.
I was gonna say.
Yep.
Wow.
You bought a PS5, you're
Uh-huh.
playing a PS2 game. Okay.
Yeah. Well, like I played through Resident Evil Village, and she watched / like consulted,
Uh-huh.
and then we. I was like, well, what will we play in between now and when we play Mass Effect?
I'm still
Dark Alliance Baldur's Gate. I really just want Dark Alliance Baldur's Gate 2 to come out, and then start giving me fucking Champions and Norath and shit. Man.
Yeah. I love the Dark Alliance games. They're really good.
Yes. They're so good.
Are the enemies of the miniature giant space hamsters the enormous tiny space hamsters? Like, is this like a Star Trek situation where
Yes.
one race it has like half white and half black, and the other race is half black and half white, and they
Uh-huh.
absolutely hate each other?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think. I bet the giant miniature space hamsters are like more vicious than the miniature giant space hamsters.
Stands to reason.
since the miniature giant space hamsters. Oh, I was gonna say they're not as close to like prey, but maybe they are. Maybe something eats them. Is there a giant like space hawk? I don't.
According to the wiki, they're created by the gnomes on Kryn, proving once again that Dragonlance is trash that should have been burned in a fire. Tell me I'm wrong, Cody. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong. What about wrestling? He's fine. The original OG.
Oh yes, there's nothing at all sketchy about Raceland. Not a thing.
Well, hold on.
He didn't like, kidnap Tika and completely mind whammy her. There's nothing. No, we're supposed to be okay with
sorry,
it.
what?
But he had
he's a fucking monster.
But he had a weak, sad body, and so it's all okay when he does bad things.
Yeah, we're supposed to just forgive him because.
And his brother kicks ass, so that's fine. Or at least his brother has some strong himbo energy, and that's good.
Y'all, this is unrelated, but you've reminded me, Cody, this weekend I watched the Royal Shakespeare Company's adaptation of Troilus and Cressida, and the fucking himbo energy off of their incredibly gay Achilles was astronomical. Oh my god, it was so good, y'all. It was so good. He and Patroclus kiss. I was very pleased about that.
Good shit.
Yep.
But they were just best friends. Don't worry about it.
Oh, every line that they had that spoke to each other was spoken with the utmost romance. In fact, every time
watch this.
So apparently you can get a subscription to I can't remember the website. But all the recordings of all of the Royal Shakespeare Company's productions, all their production recordings, you can have access to at a subscription fee. Yep. It was very good. Every time they talked about Achilles, his woman who's back home and his mother and all, it was spoken with like the utmost despair. It was very good.
That's very powerful.
Yeah. They rode in on a bike together. It was all Mad Max themed. Their entrance in the show, they rode in on a bike.
For some reason, rode in on a bike together 404'd my brain before you pointed out the Mad Max.
I should have been specific. As I was watching it, I said out loud, there's two things I want out of this. I want the bikes to show up 3 times. I'm asking for 2. I expect 1, but I want 3 times. And I want Patroclus and Achilles to kiss. And I got everything I wanted, baby. That was a great production.
So, what was it? Was like a tandem bicycle?
No, it was like a motorbike with a bitch seat in the back.
Who's in the bitch seat?
Yes.
Was it Patroclus?
Yeah, fuck yeah, it was, baby!
That was like my lead. I thought it might be more interesting if Achilles was riding bitch.
It would have been very good. I mean, there's the whole line in the book, or like in the text, that is basically I don't know, what's his name? Theracles saying out loud, like, you think I'm gonna shut up just because Achilles' bitch tells me to shut up? and he's like, well, shouldn't you? And Achilles says, yes, you should.
It sent me down a rabbit hole of like the arguments in favor of a relationship between Achilles and Patroclus.
Mhm.
And like it something that like just very simply that like caught me off guard. I was like, oh god damn. Is just sexual relations between men were illegal during the period, which tells us that they happened, otherwise why ban them, and strongly suggests they were not generally acceptable. But just the it never occurred to me. It was like, yeah, you don't ban it unless it's happening.
Yeah.
I don't know why that caught my brain. Oh, I'm here for this cross between like the hair Brad
fits?
Pitt had, the hair Brad Pitt had, and like crossed with Joe Dirt hair. I fucking it is real strong. Look at it. Like I didn't know Joe Dirt was a middle evolution. The fucking Charizard to Joe Dirt's like Charmeleon.
Ooh. Okay.
I make one Farscape reference, and I'm a nerd. You have just conflated Shakespeare and Pokemon
And Joe Dirt.
and Joe Dirt.
Tell me I'm wrong though. Show me the lie. Look at him.
I can't.
Zoom in on him.
I tried to enlarge the image, but
I thought
that
Joe
is,
Dirt was the final evolution. Nope.
they're just friends, you know?
Yeah, just friends.
Bros hanging out.
Yeah, doing bro stuff.
What
Doing bro
bros
stuff.
don't hang out like this?
Doing bro touches.
Yeah. When they actually enter with their proper entrance where they're introduced, the both of them are doing up their flies.
That's
Fantastic.
just bro stuff.
Uh-huh.
You know, like bros do.
God damn. That is my fucking favorite fucking subreddit is Sappho and her friend. Just so many like old white ass stories just being like, and they were great friends. Everyone said so.
Do you want a gummy shark? What do you say? Please. Yes. Here you go.
Right, say it's time to party.
He said
Miles.
thank you.
Miles, it's a party. He just yelled it out to me.
Nice.
Ten out of 10. That I'm trying to work out like what that hair is like in this guy's day to day.
It's a wig, Cody.
Okay.
That's
Good.
a wig. That's a fucking wig.
I'm like I keep thinking like it's got to be like mostly a wig. Or
Yeah.
maybe like the back part's got to be a wig, right?
Eat the gummy shark, kiddo. Don't play with it. Thank you.
See if it sticks to a wall.
See, that's what he's doing, and I don't want him to do
Yeah.
that.
Get those gummy shark marks all over the wall.
Man, playing with the gummy sharks is like the funnest part of having gummy sharks.
I mean, I agree as the adult who plays with the gummy sharks as I'm eating them, but he is 3, so he has to learn to be responsible first.
Yeah. It's good to be eating the food and then playing with it. Let's go fight a boogity scramble.
Yeah.
Where?
All right, we're back. And I hear everybody in chat. We are hemorrhaging players. Oh boy. Okay.
Sure
You guys
are, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this group. This is a solid core group.
It'll be
All
fine.
right. All right, you are headed to Glinda Nightseed's office. You wish to speak with her specifically? You're not trying to like sneak into her office while no one's looking. You're trying to be up front, right?
I thought that was our plan.
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
Just checking.
the only other thing I could think, I don't even know why we do it, but if I wanted to disguise myself as that divination professor we just spoke with, Corvax Ravane, for some reason, I could do that, but I don't know that that gets us anything.
I will. Can I cast? Can I, before we enter, I feel like since I'm not going to be that helpful in the discussion, I might as well cast Ambush Prey at the door.
Could you populate that
Yeah.
unfamiliar spell, please?
I become invisible for the duration, and unless I move 5 feet or make an attack. And as long as I remain invisible, I'll be advantage on attack. So, I will stand in the doorway and cast that.
Okay. Would you mind making a stealth check then for me, at advantage?
You got it. I'm great at these. 20.
Pretty good. Okay, great. So you approach. You are taken to one of the floating towers, one of the orbiting strictures of the Avium. It takes a while standing on the edge of the bridge for it to float by, but you certainly have no trouble entering what appears to be the isolated tower for the necromantic arts. The office that you are taken to is near the ground floor of the tower, not particularly well decorated or like well recognized per se. There is just a plaque simply that reads who its occupant is. You knock upon your arrival. Wisteria disguises herself, and a hooded Gallus with gray and bluish pigeon feathers answers the door and says, "Hello, can I help you?"
Well, I certainly hope so. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gladys. This is Hattie, and I don't know if you've met before, but this is Serena.
Oh, I don't believe we have.
No, I don't think so. It's a pleasure.
Well,
I don't recognize you from any of my classes. What is it that I can do for you?
Well, we are here because we've gone to the dean and informed him that we've witnessed some unusual occurrences here, and he had mentioned that several other people had witnessed unusual occurrences and thought that all of them, he explained that because of how magical this place is, that's not completely out of the ordinary, right? But it's a bit of more of a coincidence that he felt comfortable with, that so many things were happening in such a short period of time. He asked us to go around and talk to some people and see what they'd seen, and maybe get some insight on what's going on. And well, after asking some questions, you know, we as far as we know, you haven't witnessed anything, but there are some things that you might be able to clear up for us if you've got a moment or two.
Oh, that does seem to concern me. Yes, actually, wouldn't you mind? And she opens the door for you to enter the office. Orderly, but dense, with texts and very well lit.
Just so I can get a sense of what's going on in here, what are we talking about? A lot of bookshelves, lots of. Is it very neat and orderly? Is it just textbooks upon textbooks piled on each other?
There's a number of textbooks, but there is also what looks like some very advanced literature as well, kept behind the desk and rather prominent. Why don't you make me an investigation check?
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple of tomes that kind of stand out to you as rather large and rather suspect, although they don't seem necessarily out of place.
Mm-hmm.
And what can I do to help all of you, then? What sort of questions might I be able to answer?
Well, I mean, I think the simplest thing that we can just sort of put to bed is we understand a student of yours, Gel Platena.
Yes?
Yeah, she had mentioned to us that she was, I guess, studying late one night in the labs and noticed the servitors that were there cleaning up abruptly stopped their cleaning and hightailed it down into the library, into levels low enough that Gel didn't have access to them. Now, as I understand it, you're in control of those servitors. Is that correct?
I am.
Oh, well, it seems like a pretty handy bit of magic there to have creatures like that are able to clean up for you.
That it is, although it is not my invention, nor is it something that I created on my own. I am merely the arbitrator of their organization, as per my place within the Avium and the university.
Can you explain to me how that works? I don't know much about necromancy. Is it like telepathy? Do you just think what you want them to do and they go do it, or is it more complicated than?
Could you roll me a persuasion check? Keeping it?
I will use my 16 portent.
All right, which makes it a 19 total. She says, well, I am in charge of the upkeep of the servitors. They have normal wear and tear that must be maintained. They must be mended when they are broken and replenished when they begin to fall apart, and they must be kept clean as well for sanitation purposes. And the effect on them is such that there is little necessity for much arcanic refreshing but on occasion that is necessary. They have standing orders, namely they have designated places that they are assigned to maintain, and they are each tasked with the skills required to upkeep such locations.
Oh, so I understand. So they basically have a set routine, and
Yes.
they've got the skills necessary to execute that set routine in the area that they're designated to do that in.
Yes, and as all worthy arcanists ought, I am in a fashion working on a measure that might make them more adept at these specific tasks, one that would require less power put into them and less expense in their upkeep.
So what happened on this night when they all stopped doing their given tasks and all left their designated areas? Why would that happen?
Oh, well, I had a small breakthrough in my own research and was hoping to extend my experimentation, and I needed subjects.
Sorry, go ahead.
She seems ruffled and a little nervous, but not dishonest.
You don't mind my asking, you said you didn't create the servitors, but you're working on improving them. Do you know who did?
I have not the history on recall, but my progenitors within this position.
But they've been here at the Avium for some time then.
Yes. In fact, many of them, those who had originally organized this particular method of servitude in perpetuity, many of them have themselves dedicated their bodies for such a task.
Do you know if Oddwald Ebonheart designated his body for such a task when the time comes?
I would have assumed he would have, though I, again, do not have it on recall. However, I don't know that his dismissal would have warranted, even in his own death, such good terms with the university.
You'd have no way to either get in touch with him or recover the body if need be?
If he were to donate his body to the university, then I would assume there would be some outreach. I myself have no contact with him.
I see. No longer any contact with him since the dismissal. I understand.
Correct.
Terrible thing, the dismissal. Must be hard to replace a professor of necromancy.
Well, difficult, no. Living up to the standards, yes. As a theorist myself, it is difficult to properly communicate the value that has been ascribed to the art form that a true practitioner might have better first-hand knowledge for. I myself understand that as a theorist, I have had more than my fair share of practical application, but none so creative as Oddwald.
Well, what, if you don't mind me asking, what was so creative about Oddwald's application of the necromantic arts?
Creative might be me putting it generously. I research necromancy for the purpose of undoing harm. I see that there should be, between life and death, a period that is still considered sacred. And attaching oneself to such a space has the potential to lengthen our lifespans and greaten our understanding of the rhythm itself. And we all know that it is not impossible to return those from the dead to the living in completion, but it is costly, it is even dangerous. And my particular field of research is specifically to lessen such expense, such strain. Oddwald might have found a better field of creativity in the expansion of the space of the dead. The place where corpse and spirit might be permanently removed, but intelligence and fortitude might be maintained.
Hmm. S- s-
Well, I think I've got a little bit better understanding of why Oddwald is no longer employed here. Sounds like that's a dangerous bit of magic in general, but particularly dangerous in a place such as this with so many young students around.
Correct. It is illegal what it was he experimented with. And I must admit that the legality of my own experimentation is questionable at best, but I have holy intention. Do not know that Oddwald could profess the same.
Oh, what do you think Oddwald was aiming at then?
Perhaps selfish advantage? I know the servitors are a great asset, though it is not used for selfish purposes. There is much they can be capable of doing, granted intelligence and individuality, but I do not seek to grant them such. To return a facsimile of the spirit to a body is one of the gravest violations of the natural order. Don't know what purpose Oddwald might have had in doing so, but
Well, let's get back to that in a second. But speaking of violations of the natural order, I can't seem to recall name of that branch of necromancy, which I understand is fairly universally frowned upon, which involves reanimating not a single corpse, but an amalgamation of corpses.
Her brow furrows, and she says, that is a deeply, deeply unkind and insidious form of magic. Where would you have heard of such?
Oh, here and there. Just rumors and whispers. But, people could sort of describe it around the edges, if you will. But, nobody could give me the name for it. That's when I thought, oh, well, it's a good thing I'm here at the Avium. Because although there's certainly no one here that would practice anything like that, if anyone exists that would know what it's called, that person would be here. Wouldn't you think?
Roll me a persuasion check. Her brow is still furrowed as she says, even in the theoretical, this is not a creature that we deign to discuss. It is against the order of the rhythm to allow one's corpse to be put together in such a form, and to do so without permission, a worse crime. A Cobblefright is a creature that is made of all component pieces of others. Fragments of its soul may be attached yet to its form and made into another identity in its entirety. I know of these things, though I have never seen one, and to see one I hope I should never live to. Nor should you.
And yeah, never heard any of your necromancer cohorts or buddies talking about it? Just in theory, of course. Maybe
Never.
one too many at the bar.
Never. They are written of, and as is my responsibility, I know of them, so that I might be able to recognize when there might be someone who is so curious.
Well, tell me a little bit about what that looks like. Right? If someone does witness one of these Cobblefrights, well, what would the side effects of that be?
Give me 1 second to pull up their sheet.
Also, Cobblefright isn't better than my name.
Absolutely not.
I could do punch-up editing for Wizards of the Coast.
To be fair, this isn't a Wizard of the Coast module,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I'll write your recommendation, Cody. Just let me know. I'm sure it'll pull tons of weight.
Let's see. discordant parts of what creates the intelligence of a Cobblefright alone is capable of driving someone mad, and the creature itself is hardly sustainable. It can hardly keep itself together with its conflicting identity. To be to be met with one such discord would cause one's life to be drained, its soul eaten. Merely its presence is enough to kill. They thirst for life. They are a siphon.
Well, wouldn't you know it? You just described almost to a T the second unusual experience that someone had here.
Her head cocks to her side and her brow continues to crease.
So yeah, it seems like there is, or at least was, a Cobblefright wandering around. That means somebody made one.
She is sternly frozen.
Suddenly you've got nothing to say. You know, you made it clear that you're only interested in the theory, and that Oddwald was dismissed more than appropriately, almost out of necessity, for his desire to put more of that theory into practice, and perhaps not having as pure an intent as you do. And that you understand the inherent conflict of having the servitors around, and that's why you approach that responsibility with such care, because nothing's more important to you than maintaining that line between appropriate and inappropriate necromancy. Yet when I inform you that there is a very real example of the worst kind of necromancy going on here right under your nose, you've got no interest in trying to help us get to the bottom of it, no interest in trying to stop it. Your interest is simply to stop talking entirely.
You have left me in quite a compromising position to inform me that I have missed such signs.
That
My
is
one
true.
responsibility is to protect my students from such dangerous craft work, and yet if what you say is true, then I have utterly failed as a practitioner and an instructor.
If you require further proof, a cleric in your infirmary did remove the curse from the student.
I should like to investigate this. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
May I ask you a question?
Please.
If this was not you, how powerful would this person have to be to do this and to control the constructs like they did?
You mean the servitors?
Mm-hmm.
Very powerful. To wrest control of something from me. Very powerful indeed.
Is there a student that could have done it?
Student, no.
How about a faculty?
I do not even believe the dean would be nearly specialized enough to be able to do so.
Just you and Oddwald, correct?
Yes. Although, in the interest of transparency, as you have caught me in a somewhat compromising place, I should tell you that it was I who instructed the servitors to behave as they had for the intention of undergoing my own experimentation, though, as I assure you, I would never approach such a vulgar construct as a Cobblefright. I meant merely to imbue these corpses with a softer semblance of life so that they might be more finely skilled for their tasks.
Oh, well, I'm sure you'd never undertake any such experimentation. So, I guess the next thing to do is for you to show us your lab down in the basement of the library where you ordered these servitors to go and students were unable to follow.
Yes, we can enter into a bargain here. Do you want us to keep this secret?
How exactly was your experiment supposed to work? What if these sentries are just animated bodies? What exactly were you seeking to put back into them?
A stronger element of the rhythm. Not enough just to move, but to process. If I were to fine-tune the definition and the definitive line between that of life and death, then I might be further capable of executing such spells and rituals that, again, might effectively eliminate the cost of returning life to a body. It is difficult. It is my life's work. But I do need to keep this secret. And she closes her eyes and says, so I will offer you what I can in exchange for your silence.
We need access. We are trying to stop the world from burning. But we have been told that there's magics we cannot research. They are relevant to our investigation.
I hope you understand after our current conversation how I cannot allow this. I value your quest and your intention. But it is by the same forbidden knowledge that is locked in the lower regions of the library that such a plague be on this university now.
If we were to give you the specifics of what we need, you would then be able to get said materials and curate the parts you did not think we should know.
Roll a persuasion check, Hattie.
Yeah, I'll give myself guidance on this. It's gonna be bad. Oh. Oh. Fuck, Hattie. Okay.
She is deeply considering this before she sullenly nods.
If we write you a list of topics,
I
that be
will.
sufficient?
I will do what I can, but understand that as the director of necromancy within the Avium, anything outside my purview I am still restricted by. I will do what I can.
On the matter of the Cobble Fright,
Hobblefright, yes. Though
do you think
I implore you to keep it out of conversation.
Oddwald is still here?
I cannot think of any such individual who has ever been within the Avium walls in recent memory that could otherwise be capable of such.
Well, how do we find him then?
I do not know.
The parts of the forbidden sections you are allowed to enter into. You have not noticed anything missing?
I keep my own private collection here. It is not often that I find it necessary to delve into the library, but I could take special interest. I could speak with the librarian, the master librarian.
To be honest, mostly what we need from you is information about stopping the world from burning. If you are asking us to help you deal with your responsibilities, you've said the Cobble Fright is risky to fight.
Yes.
If Oddwald is still here, that does not necessarily sound like our problem. Unless the information you can give to us is not sufficient.
I understand.
Do you know of anywhere he would be able to hide here?
I cannot think of any.
Do you know?
The laboratories where I often work, I am there alone.
If he made this creature, he needed materials. Where would he be able to gather them and use them?
Unfortunately, in graveyards. As I know that my servitors are all accounted for.
Can I fucking... I want to do an insight check on that, please, and thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think this dude's lying about that. Oh, come on, someone
You got inspiration earlier today, didn't you?
I did. I will use that inspiration. Come on, insight, give it to me. Fuck off! No!
Not bad.
Well, that's pretty good. The both of you, you hear what sounds like remorse, as if, especially when she mentions where he would have to find these things, and she seems sincere that she that her servitors are are all accounted for.
Okay.
Hmm. Well, as I said, I don't know much about necromancy, but it sounds like I'm gonna have to learn up pretty quick. Good thing I like reading, and I'm a pretty quick study. And I am going to reach for the Necronomicon X Corvus.
Okay. Mage hand or just grabbing?
I'm just grabbing it.
Okay. It's a little bit behind her desk, but I mean, you're
Mhm.
lithe, and she certainly does not
no.
think that you're gonna do this.
Oh,
You
this
take
looks
it off.
interesting.
Yeah, you snatch it off the shelf. She seems a little surprised, and immediately defensive, but doesn't like go to suddenly stop you with a big old no, don't touch that. But her expression does change upon your retrieval of it.
This a good introductory text.
What is that doing here?
Oh, this is a surprise to you.
1 second, Miles drops something on
Yeah,
himself.
no worries, no worries.
Both me in real life and Wisteria are just sort of like vibrating in the archway. Just like, this person is full of shit.
It's not. Like her whole thing is trying to make it easier to bring people back to life. Like that's
Yeah.
a
but,
very
like-
very distinct thing from reanimating corpses and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
I thought when we came in here, we were dealing with somebody that was completely full of shit, right? But the longer this conversation goes on, the more I'm starting to think, like, okay, like,
She's definitely been caught out because she's hiding her research.
right.
What I got from the insight check earlier, granted it was only like a 16, is just that she was very and increasingly disturbed by everything we were telling her. Not like surprised, not like...
I still cannot be comfortable with my insight check that all of her stuff is accounted for. I really cannot. Like the fact that, oh, hey, a bunch of dead bodies just made their way down into the forbidden section where her laboratories are and shit. I just happened to coincide with another happening of, oh, I don't know, a creature of cobbled corpses. Maybe.
But we don't know that they coincided. We only know that they've happened, that they are weird events that have happened, not that they happened at the same time.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but still, if they happened around the same time, it's still suspicious to me.
She was trying to make clear that it was likely what was seen that you guys were describing was her summoning the corpses to her lab for her purposes.
Right.
Yes,
See, but that doesn't make me more comfortable with her answer that everyone's accounted for, because her purposes could be making the cobble right. That's what I'm saying here.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway. Yes.
This is a good, like, all-purpose book. I can see it'll help me understand the basics, and then as I read a little bit more, it'll cover just about everything I need.
Absolutely not. This is a restricted tome that does not belong in this office. Where did this come from? Might I? She holds out her hand.
I'm gonna need to insight that.
All right.
I will put it down on her desk, but I'm going to continue leaning on it.
Okay. This this tome belongs in the restricted section. It is one I have read through many times years and years ago, but it is not a reference book of any sort that I keep familiarity with. This itself is the execution of the darker side of necromancy. It is the intention of reanimation and no, this is certainly not. This does not belong here.
You are being framed. Hattie nods.
Well, where does it belong then?
As I said, in the restricted section of
Great.
my chapter.
Great, I'll go put it back, and I fold it under my arm. Just lead
I
the way.
cannot trust you in this. I should happily attend you, but that
Oh, well, then lead on.
might I also have a hand on it?
By all means, and I will continue holding the book and extend it out.
She takes a firm grasp of it, but does not attempt to take it from you.
Wonderful, shall we?
She begins to leave the office. I'm assuming everyone follows, probably with Wisteria a little bit behind, so she doesn't jump scare anybody.
Wisteria, she probably bumps into Wisteria, if anything, as she's leaving. Because Wisteria's been standing there for so long. It's like, hey, watch it.
Oh, damn. I was going to say, I would actually like to head out first, and as I am walking by, just sort of tap Wisteria and use actual invisibility.
I think it's still funny if even still invisible, she still gets bumped into. And the poor frazzled old professor screams.
Don't worry, it's probably a ghost.
Oh my god. Okay. Then, yes, you are taken to the library, where you meet with Mordain again, who seems greatly disturbed to see all of you, and even more disturbed to see this book out of place and in the state that it is in. And he hurriedly begins to snatch it and take it to return it.
No. Professor Nightseed and I will be returning this book.
He exchanges a look with Nightseed, who nods and produces her amulet, and he grumbles and allows you passage.
Oh, thanks, buddy. We're keeping each other honest.
And she leads you to a section of the library that is again restricted, and she says, "Touch nothing." As the portal opens and a brightly lit section of this room where all of the shelves are painted black is the stretching halls beyond, and she brings around a servitor that is dusting around here to ensure that this book is returned to its proper place and cataloged correctly, and it is returned to its shelf.
Is there any sort of like other things that seem out of place, or like I'm sure all of these are organized and like there's very little space between these books or whatever. So if there's anything missing, is there anything to take note of?
Make an investigation check.
Oh, I cannot roll above a 10 today. Dang.
That's a pretty good roll. Yeah, it's a pretty good roll. But your familiarity with libraries and such are not such that you could identify properly. In fact, this slot itself looks as if it may have been occupied improperly up until recently.
And like looking through just like the cover, or sorry, like the spines and stuff as I go along, all of this stuff is just like necromancy related, correct?
Yeah,
There's no like general conjuration or like.
Correct. And everything here ranges from what possibly is like the most religious of rites that involve necromantic spells, like reincarnation and such, to clearly like the deep, dark, wicked things that clearly are also in reference to.
I do feel the need to point out Gladys won't do this, but Adam, upon hearing, please don't touch anything. Oh my
Yeah.
god, I want to touch every fucking thing in
I
it.
know.
The only reason I am not stealing a book right now is the fact that I'm like the books will not be useful to us and I will get in huge trouble. I am invisible though, so
You're welcome to
Yeah,
touch
that-
a book if you want.
They
That
gonna be
probably
cursed
won't
as fuck.
save you from the Guardians, though. Remember, because we like the first time we were here, there were like security bots.
sure, but we didn't enter here unauthorized. We're being accompanied legally.
True, but pulling a book may be.
Yeah,
considered
I guess so.
unauthorized. That's my
Sure.
only caution.
So, Professor Nightseed, now that we're here, why don't you show me where you were doing those experiments that required all the servitors to come down here?
Her feathers ruffle a little in agitation, but she then passes beyond the halls and the shelves of the library to a stairwell that is likewise portaled off, produces her amulet, and takes you down to a lab that is incredibly sterile and is shelved with all sorts of bones and utensils for cleaning, maintaining such, arcane tools suspended from the ceiling, and plenty of slabs to work off of, tables and records and things. It is an immaculate and kind of gross, well, not gross, but like disturbing scene.
Right, so sterile that it's disturbing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And all of this is in hopes of making it easier to restore someone to life, then.
Correct.
If you don't mind my asking, and I know I won't understand everything, but how exactly are you seeking to do that?
Practice. Perhaps there is a part of the ritual that is extraneous. Perhaps there is some higher power that would deign offering that would make such a task easier. Perhaps there is some veil that is yet to be parted, that the spirits might have an easier path back towards their bodies. Time, effort, unfortunately, money.
And are you able to practice on these servitors?
To a limited extent. It is not perfect, and there have been a number of cases of incidences that have required immediate resurrection or reviving, in which I've had opportunity to explore these new rituals, but I have yet to be very successful. I hope to ease the pain of anyone who has lost. That is all.
Well, as Hattie pointed out earlier, none of this is really our primary concern. Right? We're here trying to do research. Right? Trying to stop the world from burning. Trying to learn more about the unchained fire and perhaps the aspect of ice. Try and figure out if we can stop this giant fiery worm that is consuming the Scorched Grove. Now, we seem to have run into a bit of a roadblock here at the Avium in that there's a lot of research that is walled off to us, which I think is where you might come in. You see, it sounds like you've got a real problem on your hands, right? Both in general, that somebody's out here putting together these Cobblefrights against everything you believe is good and right about necromancy. But even more specifically, that book was found in your office. At best, someone's trying to make it look like you're responsible for this. Now, we can help you out, help you get to the bottom of this, but we're going to need not just access, but we're going to need help with our research as well. You clearly know the ins and outs of this place better than we ever could. So what do you say? Should we help each other out?
Clearly somewhat distressed at the, implication of blackmail.
I would go so far as to say no implication.
Yeah, the straight blackmail.
Right.
She extends a hand out to you to shake.
I spit in my palm and extend the hand out.
She shakes and says, I will do everything within my power to assist.
And we will do everything in our power to get to the bottom of this Cobblefright problem. I almost forgot. To that end, can you make heads or tails of this? I think it's a scrap of something that Oddwald wrote, but other than somebody recognizing the handwriting, what's going on here?
She examines the paper and says, it's incomplete, it's merely a scrap, but this is certainly a writ for an incantation to create a shadow. A living shadow. Or walking shadow, I should say.
And you would concur that that's Oddwald's handwriting?
I believe so.
Okay, well, and I'll take the piece of paper back and just say, well, I mean, that confirms, at the very least, right, that the shadows that attacked us were brought about by an incantation that Oddwald wrote. Now, whether or not he was the one who actually brought these shadows about, we don't know yet.
This looks as if it might be a field note of a sort. Like a cheat sheet?
So Oddwald might not have had to be here himself to use it.
On the contrary, this might be a reference point for him to have explicitly used such an incantation himself.
Oh.
Well, it sounds to me like we need to go on the hunt for Oddwald.
If you do, good luck.
Anybody have any brighter ideas?
I was actually gonna look around the lab to see if anything here looks out of place, considering it would be very easy for that to be obvious. Either that or any sort of like tracks or traces of someone else being here, because this person seems pretty clean.
This is your investigation roll?
Yes, this is my
Okay.
investigation. Sorry.
All right. Oh no, it's fine. I'm up and down. And I didn't hear the little ding. This
Oh,
place
sorry.
is
17 is my investigation roll. That 16
Okay.
was for the books.
Right. Yes. This place is kept immaculate. In fact, I would go so far as to say you probably see that there is a skeletal servitor here currently cleaning. Anything that might have been out of place or left as a mark of someone had been here is scrubbed.
All right. Yeah, that's about it for me. Oh, actually, if I could also, I guess, do a second pass for like any secret doors or compartments or storage containers.
Sure. I'll give the 17 because the 17's certainly a high enough DC to discover such. Sorry, yeah. But you do not find anything. No. This is
Alright.
already a secret room in well, not a secret. This is already a sealed room in a sealed room. There's nothing kept secret in here.
I don't know, man. Necromancers like to have sealed rooms and sealed rooms and sealed rooms. That's just
Yeah.
wizard shit.
I agree with you. I completely agree.
Who doesn't like a good Matryoshka room?
Yeah.
Nesting room.
Yeah. Other than that, that's me. That's all I got.
Upon again reading the note that you've handed off, Gladys, Nightseed makes a point to indicate that the ritual itself is called the Grasp of Shadows.
Edgelords.
Addy whispers under his breath.
Goddamn wizards.
In fact, and now that she's looked at it, she actually bids you all follow back up to the library itself.
Mhm.
And she returns to the Necronomicon Ex Corvus and pulls it
Wait,
off its
I thought-
shelf.
No,
Okay.
right, because never mind. We went down into the lab.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yep. Pulls it from its shelf and begins flipping through it, and then stops suddenly and
Mhm.
runs a talon along the inside of the spine. That's strange. There's a page missing here.
Oh, fun.
If I had to wager, it's the page for this ritual you just described.
She nods.
Are there any students still here that were particularly fond of Oddwald Ebonheart?
Not that I might be able to name.
Is there anything of his that is left around? A robe, a book, a pen, anything that might assist us in trying to track him down?
she gives you a forlorn shake of the head and says, "Unfortunately, due to the nature of his dismissal, everything of his was purged."
Hmm. I'll look to the group. Well, what do you think is our next move?
Oh, sorry, I'm a bit late on this, but has anybody checked on the page for the I don't know, whatever it's called, ritual for the, cobble fright thing? See if that's still in there.
Glance over.
Nightseed begins turning through the pages, clearly in study. Does not seem to come up with anything specific.
So it's not missing.
Did you guys tell her you were attacked by shadows, by the way? You did. Right?
Yeah.
We hadn't initially, but once she said, like, oh, this is for summoning shadows, that's when Gladys was like, oh, well, this explains the shadows that attacked us.
Okay. She'll go so far as to say, if someone were attempting to frame me specifically, it would make sense to only take out what to frame me for particularly being aggressive towards you. Makes sense to only take out what would have been seen as the offensive ritual.
Well, I mean, it's kind of dumb to take out the ritual and then leave it in the library and then put the book in your office. Because, I mean,
These aren't the same. These are not the same pages. And she compares the tear in the one page to the scrap of paper that you have.
Yeah.
The scrap of paper is notes on the ritual, and then the page is torn out for the.
Who has access to your office when you're not in it?
Only the servitors?
Mm-hmm. And as far as you know, you're the only one that can control the servitors?
As far as I know. As I do not believe Oddwald would be capable of such magic. It is like changing the lock after someone has moved, so the key does not fit. It's not an ordinary puzzle one might just be able to clumsily shift through and be able to take control.
So how do you suppose the book got in there?
I don't know.
Are there any, windows peeking into the office? I mean, teleportation is a thing.
Perhaps. As I don't keep anything dangerous within my office, I do not keep it necessarily defended.
Oh, also, I guess if you have any servitors in your office, someone could have just given the book to one of them and then, I don't know, you could have just put it on the shelf while you were tidying up.
That is true.
While it was tidying up.
That is very true. The servitors, though they are under my control, have a limited response capability for the sake of cleaning up specified messes. You've all done some spectacular and rather unsettling work today. I don't suppose there is anything else I might be able to assist you with other than what we have already arranged.
Oh, well, the way I see it, you've got to start putting together a research team, and we'll give you a list of topics that team can get to work on.
Oh, hey, and sort of maybe sussing out some of your weaknesses, so maybe we can stake them out. I don't know, have one of us or a few of us stationed in your office, just waiting around, see if anyone comes in, does any weird, shady stuff when you're not there. Or I guess employ the perch guard, but
Yes, I believe that might be the direction I take.
It seems there's less and less doubt that this Oddwald fellow is involved and is still somewhere here on the campus.
Given what you have collected so far, I would dare say yes.
I know you said for making a cobblefrat he would need to access the graveyard, so I assume that those are not protected by an amulet. Is there anywhere else or anywhere near there, especially you can think of where uh, this Oswald would be able to do their work undisturbed?
I shall think on it, and I shall... Some idea comes to me.
I guess
There
it's
are
time to
many
hang out in the graveyard.
secrets. Well, there are many secrets of the avium that are unknown to the faculty, even. Perhaps there is some place here unknown to us.
And you said these servitors, these animate corpses, they know their routines and know how to go about them. I assume that means that they may be aware of things of which you are not.
May have experienced things that I might not be aware of, but awareness, unlikely. There is not so much life given to them, to us to create awareness.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was not clear. I meant that, for instance, they may know to clean a particular area or to go to a particular place that is somewhere you yourself who control them are unfamiliar with.
Oh,
I assume you are not intimately familiar with the entire layout of the avium, but that the servitors are in fact still doing their part to keep up this entire facility.
yes. Yes, that is astute. It is quite likely.
Hmm. Well,
I mean, seems we don't have a ton of leads on Mr. Ebonheart. I think we can either try and just sort of blindly ask around. Maybe we'll get lucky, stumble into something. The only other thing I can think of is, as gruesome as it is, he needs body parts for these cobble frights.
mm-hmm.
It may be time to stake out wherever the closest graveyards are. See if we can't scare up any clues there. Maybe get lucky, catch them in the act.
Yeah, I think the time for really asking any big pointed questions at people that matter is over for fear of just seeming too pointed at him and him having his head down for longer than we're here. If we just stake out what we know right now, which would be the graveyard, and maybe if a few of us are hanging out in the library and see some servitors go down and follow them, I think those two would be the best options right now. Graveyard would probably be the best option to catch him personally, though.
And
Well,
I can assure you, as the reigning control over the servitors, you should have no worry of such.
Yeah, I'm doing my best, but considering you had a really powerful spellbook planted in your office without you knowing, and, that doesn't really inspire confidence. Sorry.
There do seem to have been at least a few, well, significant lapses in security, although I imagine that because there has been so little circumstance that perhaps reacting to these is, well, new. Regardless, there's still much to be said about the extreme effort that Oddwald seems to be going through to acquire resources from within the Avian. It may be worth your while at some point to make sure you can catalog everything that has been damaged or is missing.
Yes.
For my part, Professor, I hope your experiments meet with success. I know that our interaction has been more than a little tense, but your work sounds promising and helpful to the people all over these woods. I do hope you are able to find the breakthrough that you are striving for.
Thank you. All right, you guys leave the library. Then what?
Go camping in a fucking graveyard.
Yeah?
Which one of these?
That sounds like the plan.
Which one of these floating terrariums is just a graveyard?
You can.
Sounds like such a bad idea.
Oh yeah, it's an awful idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say for the purposes you guys are taking, I don't think anyone's gonna get a long rest tonight.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
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 Long
that's
rests
right.
are for chumps. Short rests are where it's at.
Short rest.
You're a
here.
sorcerer. That's the worst thing that can happen to a sorcerer.
Don't I get my sorcery points back on short
Nah,
rest?
dude.
No.
Oh no.
You get literally nothing.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Fuck. my racial is long rest too.
Long rest.
Damn it!
Fine. We'll just let you sleep.
Take a
Yeah,
little
you-
cat nap.
You need that blood
That
well pile so that your
6-hour
class
cat nap.
operates appropriately.
Yeah. You hate
No,
to see
I'm
it.
fine. I'm fine. I didn't spend any spell slots, and I only fucking
Yeah.
used ambush prey, which is a racial feature, not a spell slot. So
Yeah,
I'm
you're good.
okay.
You're good.
Nail.
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 Nail don't need no recharge.
No. Nail's always a nail.
Nail's a nail.
You know what? You know what's not though? When you got to go and pick up the nails.
Right.
Yeah, you do
That
have to
sorta
collect the
sucks.
nails afterwards.
Okay. Tell me the order by which you are keeping like specific watch, and then roll it for me. Perception
Oh.
checks.
I would like to point out for those of us that need it, right? We have a communal goggles of night.
Fun fact: you are the only one without dark vision now.
Sweet, I have goggles of night.
We've gone from a party where, like, one person had dark vision, or 2 had dark vision out of 6 to 3 out of 4. It just took a few deaths, you know.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes it does that. Sometimes you need to take a few deaths.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Tell me your order for watch.
I will keep first watch.
Okay.
How many watches do we have?
4.
I will keep middleist watch.
There's
the
no middle in
darkest.
an even numbered. Dummy.
I got the best darkest vision. You guys got dark vision. I got darkest vision.
Yeah.
So you take the second middle watch.
Yeah.
I'll take the first middle watch, and I guess
I will take the morning watch.
Take the better
Serena
middle
would
watch.
Take over
take Dawn.
for Roderick.
All right. So.
Ooh.
Oh.
Why
I'm
did
not
you
gonna
say
lie.
that, Ted?
You had to done
Fuck.
do that.
I'm
Huh?
not gonna lie,
did have to do
Nightseed's
that.
research was actually like as I was reading up on it, I was like, "Oh, this sucks. Oh, this sucks a lot. Oh, this sucks so bad. I hate this."
I'm not gonna. I was a hair's breadth from being like, so I'm gonna make arrangements and I'm gonna have a body delivered to you.
Oh, I absolutely thought that's where that was going.
Yeah.
It started to. It started to, but I was like, that's a line I'm crossing.
Okay. So we're starting with Gladys. Let's get a perception
Mhm.
check.
Hold on, before we settle in for rests and all that, just
Yeah.
when we get there, can we just sort of like, does anything stand out, like broken graves, something freshly dug,
Good call.
that sort of thing?
No.
Okay, figured I'd ask. You know, doesn't hurt.
Fine question.
Right. Maybe did Oddwald drop his ID and then step on it so it's sort of halfway stuck in the mud?
Okay, I wasn't
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
go that far, but I was, you know.
Yeah. It checks out.
Do we find Doug's wallet out there?
Ironically, yes.
Nice.
Okay. No cash in there though, so.
Okay.
Next was Wisteria's perception check.
Yep, that's me. Watch it be terrible. Come on.
Naturally.
Come on, Bones. Come on, Bones. Give it to me, Bones. Perception. Sorry, I needed to find it.
Great. Cool.
I, again, have the worst luck. You're
Yeah,
welcome. I'm
Do you
You've been
have
rolling
the-
pretty low tonight.
Do you have the sorcerer feature from Tasha's that lets you use a sorcery point to re-roll a skill check?
No, I have, what you call it, quick and...
No, it's not a meta
Oh,
magic.
sorry.
It's a Tasha's like feature.
What level?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it might be like 5th level.
Oh, wait, actually, yes. Yes, I can.
This feels like bait.
It's It's sorcerer's versatility.
Yeah.
or
That's
Oh
thought
wait,
of.
no, it isn't. I lied. No, I don't. I don't have that.
Oh no, it is a
Sorry.
5th level.
5th
It
level.
is
Okay.
5th level.
Yeah,
All right.
magical
Great.
guidance.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay. Great. Cool. So that's a 5. And next was Hadley.
Mm-hmm.
What's it say?
Spooky. It's a 10. It's
10.
spooky
Oh.
in here.
All right, killing it. And then Serena. What do we get?
You know what? I will burn my inspiration on that. Maybe.
Mhm.
Maybe. Okay.
Well,
14.
13.
Okay. So, if something happened, it might have been in the middle of the night when no one was paying close enough attention. But as it stands, I need a Constitution save from everybody for exhaustion.
Oh god, that's what I should have saved my.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a good use of inspiration.
Yeah, I will also be using my inspiration.
I should have saved my inspiration for the con save.
Who needs Constitution? Fuck off! God damn it!
We need to go. Fuck our investigation. We're going for a sleep.
You all spend the entire night up in a muddy, cold graveyard. None of you sleep. None of you could get comfortable, and all of you feel, except for Hattie, but you almost feel like utter shit in the morning. Congrats, everybody. You have learned nothing, and you have gained exhaustion. Sorry, that's so mean. You guys did so good with your stuff earlier.
Okay. Maybe
Say
we go
howdy.
back to our what?
Say Hattie,
Mhm.
are you comfortable keeping an eye out for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. It'll I don't know about 6 hours to do.
Yeah. If you all want to take a sleep in the mud and dirt, I think I'm gonna climb up on one of the. Is that? It might be disrespect. I'll stay down here.
What do you mean? And Wisteria's like on like one of those like gravestone plaques
Yeah.
that's flat.
Maybe you'd sleep better if your head and your feet weren't lower than your torso.
Okay, well it's light out, it's day.
Mhm.
Maybe we should go inside, warm up by the fire, get something to eat, have a little rest. I don't think uh if if this Oddwald is gonna come back here, and I don't see why. Come to think of it, I don't see why I would, since he had enough bodies to make the one the one thing. I don't imagine he needs enough of them right now to come back and try to rob this graveyard again.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Well, I thought it was difficult for these cobble frights to stay together for long periods of time.
That's
Oh,
fair,
is
but
it?
I don't think
Oh.
that like because of that it would be particularly hard to like just take the bones that were there and just put it back together. Right? I don't know. I might have the wrong idea.
Perhaps.
Hmm.
So, what do you propose, Serena? We go back to the avium, get a more suitable rest, and then what?
I'm sort of convinced that there may be somewhere within the avium that Oddwald is hiding out that the others may not even realize is there. Something, perhaps, if we could look into maybe Oswald's old offices. I don't think we've. I mean, I know that. The nice instructor we were just talking to not that long ago. Nazi. I know she said that his things were purged, but I imagine they didn't burn down the room. Maybe there's some hint to his location in his old office.
Well, it's certainly worth checking out.
If we don't find anything, we can always come back out here tomorrow night and look out here again.
Absolutely.
As it stands, I can barely keep my eyes open.
You and me both.
You guys want to head back to your dorms for a little bit?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
seems like the consensus.
I thought since we were taking watch shifts that we were actually sleeping, but it makes sense we're not really
Right.
sleeping
Yeah.
very well in a graveyard.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah, like you guys are taking watch shifts, but like you can't be resting if you're prepared to ambush somebody.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
When
movie is on my list of movies to watch at some point. I love that movie so much.
It's so
good, dude.
ridiculous.
when you return to your dorms, kind of crumpled up under the door as if it has been shoved through the crack, is a wad of paper. That reads thus.
Ah, cool. I guess we have a date. Well, time
Well-
to go to sleep.
Yes, at least this is something.
Well, I'm glad we spent the night in a graveyard, y'all.
It was a bonding experience.
That it was, and it was a brilliant idea. You were all right. I'm just
Yeah, I mean,
And-
you'll get used to it, honestly. Not the
Had we-
specifically sleeping in graveyards, but the sleeping in uncomfortable places with bugs and fire.
Oh, and had we not, perhaps the author of this note wouldn't have felt comfortable enough to jam it under the door.
that's a very good point.
Might I suggest we go well before midnight, and perhaps one or two of us could find a place to hide?
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I think Wisteria and I are both capable of laying in wait like that.
Very well. So, let's get some sleep, get some food, head up there around, what do you say? Give us 2 hours to set up an ambush of sorts?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, I believe our magics last an hour, but an extra hour to plan and everything is a very good idea.
Oh, wonderful.
Literally had a second portent roll that I could have used on the cons.
It's okay. Exhaustion's gonna go away right now, anyways.
Yeah. It was just funny.
All right. Give me a smiley face in chat when you finished your long rest.
With 16s, there's always a 16.
That's a good fucking number to have, Ted.
I'm not. I'm just surprised. I've done 3 and I've gotten a 16 every time.
Just out of curiosity, this note, is it addressed to any one of us specifically, or is it just sort of vague and open to the party?
Second question is, does the note look like the conjuration scribbles on the note we found in the library?
Oh, that's a good question.
It looks at least close, as far as you can tell. No, it is not written to any of you. It's just...
Got it.
Yep.
Oh. Right. Okay. Sure. Cool. Sure.
Come on, Miles. Alright, is there anything you guys need to do before you head out to the forestarium?
Is there any place in here that sells potions?
You can make potions at half cost.
Cannot make potions. Oh wait, no, no, never mind. I only have brewer's supplies. Sorry, guys.
I don't have it either.
Yeah. Can I pay someone to make me health potions at full cost?
I can say it double cost, because this is a student.
Ah.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, get that kid some ramen.
No. I don't have money for their ramen. Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. Wait, how much would that be? Like 50
100 gold.
Yeah, no fucking way,
100
dude.
gold for double.
No way.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going in there potionless. So it's gonna be a great idea.
All right, then. You guys headed out? Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what time of day are you headed out? Oh, yeah,
Oh, I was saying think so. I think we're heading out.
Okay. And what time of day, like how ahead of time do you want to go?
I think we settled on 2 hours.
All right. Cool.
And I'm going to be hiding manually, I guess, for the first hour, and then for like the last half hour or so, I'm gonna ambush prey.
Yeah. It is a dark and moonless night as you step onto the large floating disc that houses the forest terrarium. You find yourself in an unusual wooded you find yourself in an unusual woodland with several types of trees that don't look quite right next to one another. In the center of this place is a building which is made of several giant domes which branch into 2 semi-spherical wings on either side. It is very quiet. The central building has no door and is simply has a large and wide archway that leads into the interior of the domed structure. This is a museum, and behind the glass panels, the party you guys can see the fossils, as well as magical recreations of extinct plants. The east and west wing both contain fossils and skeletons of animals from different points in the natural history of Humblewood. It is spooky for the first 2 hours while you guys are around. how would you like to prepare? Wisteria said she's hiding.
I am in the center of that center building, juggling nails.
All right.
I will be using the same ambush prey for the last hour or so. 45 minutes.
I will
Some
stay
overlap.
hiding. Actually, I'll stay out in the open with Gladys.
Okay. Wisteria and Serena, would you two hide together or apart?
If there are multiple entrances to where Gladys and Hattie are waiting, I would say apart to cover more than one entrance.
Okay, there is one entrance.
And together.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll sort of stand, I mean, basically to either side of the entrance so that we can end up behind somebody, or as long as I can still see Gladys and Hattie.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
One second.
Say, Hattie, I feel real bad that we've got to be indoors at this time of night. I'm sure, particularly being up this high, you'd probably get a real nice view of the stars.
Probably, yes.
Well, there's always tomorrow.
Hopefully, yes.
All right. As it approaches midnight, there is the light sound of chanting coming from the east wing.
Hey, speak up in there.
There is no response.
Oh, God damn it.
Well, let's, I suppose, try to be stealthy as we get closer.
I mean, I guess, although I'm not sure I see the point. They know we're coming.
True. Let's go then.
Gladys will stomp and try and make as much noise as possible, actually.
Okay.
I'm gonna give Gladys, because I could see. Yeah, Gladys is the one near me. For the next hour, this. Hattie
Nice.
touches you, and suddenly you could see fucking everything.
Oh, shit.
Yes, this should help.
I should say so. Hey, I forgot my songbook. What, how's this chant go?
Give me 1 second, I'm just giving you dark vision.
Yep, no worries.
The 300 feet. I see everything. When I get to use this, I use it. See all of it.
Alright.
Only
And-
line of sight can hinder us.
Okay. Come on. Oh god. Serena and Wisteria, what are you guys' light situations? 60
Dark
feet?
vision is 60 feet, I believe.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't know why that wasn't how you were set up then. And the answer is it's me, but if I take responsibility for that, then I'll feel bad. So, okay. As the two of you with heightened vision begin passing to the east wing, you see a shadow moving in the distance and hear the sound of sharp footfalls on the smooth stone floor.
What are
Suddenly,
you people doing? You invited us.
two elk skeletons flash with crackling dark energy and burst from their glass confines and step down from their shelves and approach you all. We are going to a battle.
No.
Well, I'll take the 6.
Oh dear.
Got advantage, but
Yo.
oh well. Oh
Oh
well.
my god.
Reckon
Looking good.
reckon it's time for somebody else to hit the old outward door, huh?
Hey, I fucking rolled okay. Woo!
Thank God. Look, we'll all trend low so you can. We will all walk so you can soar.
What does that say? Elk something or other?
Elk skeletons.
Ah, skeletons.
They're
Sorry.
They're skeletons.
Skeletons.
Skeleton.
Okay.
They're jangly boogies. Not a scrambler.
Wisteria is up first. Yep.
All right, great. So, what Wisteria is going to do is, oh no, I don't like the fact that that's real far away. Well, gosh, so Hattie's over here. Did I also see Roderick go this way with Hattie? Are they like close together?
Me and Gladys.
Yeah, we're right next to each other.
All right, great. Give me range on this, please. 60 feet? You got it. Wisteria is going to go out of the invisibility and cast Shatter. Like a big concussive explosion happens about is like right here. Sorry, 60 feet. And what's the radius on that?
10.
10?
10 foot
Yeah.
radius.
So it's this, and that centered on here. Oh, we have radius. Radiuses. Let me get my cursor back. And I'm going to go ahead and use one of my sorcery points to convert that to fire damage.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Cool. Is that it for your turn?
And sorry, yes, I'm going to go ahead and move over here towards Hattie and
That's it?
yeah.
Oh. I just saw all of you guys suddenly leave the game.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
that
weird.
is
no, that
All of a
happened.
sudden,
super
I'm
weird.
the only one in my game.
Okay. Well,
Huh.
as long as it's still working, then we're still playing. Oh, and here you come back.
Yeah, I
Hello.
refreshed. Hi.
Yeah, refreshing it worked.
Okay. Oh, and I have a red box.
I say the only one I don't see is Sarah. Nope.
And
Sarah's
we're back. Great. Okay. On the elk's turn. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of them simply sprints forward with its bony head and antlers lowered to gore you, Wisteria, with a 21 to hit.
Yep, that hits. I'm going to react to that with fiery spikes.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and have a real strong cast of that.
All right.
So it's 3d4.
All right.
Oh my
Ooh.
god.
So as it charges forward, it picks up enough speed and momentum. I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Yeah, really good at these.
All right, you are not knocked prone, but you do take 19 points of piercing damage.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, that's reduced by the 4?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, cool.
As the other two are sprinted at as well. We're actually going to have this elk take the dodge action for its action for this turn. And then it is Gladys's turn.
All right. I will. Well, let's see how close I am to this thing. I will use my bonus action to put Hunter's Mark on our friend right there.
Okay.
And then I will pull out a nail, charging straight forward. And nail.
All right. It is dodging. What is the roll for me?
18.
Okay, great. An 18 will still hit, so there will be no sneak attack. Oh wait, sorry, no, sorry. I thought you were going for the. My apologies. You're good. So it's it is the 18. Sorry, I had to get up.
No worries.
18 will hit.
All right. And
Hunter's Mark.
Hunter's not that 10. That's
Ooh,
yeah.
that's nice and sad.
Yes.
All right, 17.
Yeah.
Okay, is that it for your turn?
That is it.
All right, Serena.
Serena will. Yeah, I will. Serena will sort of reach out with the hand that is not carrying the shield. There is a sort of swirling of faint motes of black and red, and I am casting Guiding Bolt. I will go ahead and just do first level. And for some reason it didn't populate into my spell attacks. Because I never dragged it onto my sheet, because I am bad at building characters. There we go. This should be an advantage because I am still invisible. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So 17 to hit.
17 will hit.
All right. And this gets an extra d6 damage from ambush prey.
Mm-hmm.
For jeez. 11 total radiant damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then as she becomes visible, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
As you become visible, you hear nearly a squawk of surprise nearby, but then see nothing.
Oh, also, I forgot
That
to
will
add
actually
my.
stop me dead in my tracks instead of running. But that is it for my turn.
That reminds me that I forgot my ambush prey damage.
Is that going to work with that specific
Which
spell?
Does not.
Yeah,
because it requires an attack.
It's
The first attack you
the
make.
first attack you make. You're right. You're right.
I looked at that because my original plan was just to cantrip, but I don't have any attack cantrips. But that's
So-
it. That's it for Serena. Serena stops and will sort of look around, but that would take an actual action, so I am done.
I don't see the person with my dark vision, right?
Correct.
I'm going to, but actually, do I hear where the squawk came from?
Yeah,
At least the approximate direction.
about here.
Cool.
So what's
Either
your
way,
passive perception again?
17.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you don't see anything.
Okay. First things first, I'm going to use my action and cast this. I'll raise my star map up. Give myself a nice little radius.
Oh, wow. What does that look like?
I think it just looks like the light pours out from Hattie, and this time instead of covering his form, it seems to fill the whole space. And it's not obscuring or anything, but you can see what look like motes, almost like stars floating around through it.
Yeah, ambient light.
Yep.
All right, cool. You moving?
Yep.
Alright.
And then I'm also going to take on Chalice form with my bonus action,
Okay.
just as a reminder. And that's my turn.
Okay. Wisteria.
Cool. Wisteria is going to take the blow, smack down on all fours, and scurry to the other side of the elk skeleton and put her fingers in the ground and cast Agonizer's Scorcher to catch both of these bad boys in the fire.
Oh, they both rolled an 8. That's gonna fail.
All right, and then they also take, while she's casting a fire, it's just real hot around her, Heart of Fire procs, and they take 2 points of fire damage. Additional.
All right.
And you gain that
Alright.
many temp HP.
The radius covers me?
Oh yeah, it's 30 feet.
30-foot radius.
Holy
radius is long.
shit! Yeah.
Yeah, the light isn't that long, but I believe the radius is pretty long.
This first skeleton is
Sorry.
doing
and-
very, very badly.
I was going to use a sorcery point to quickened spell so I can use my action to disengage.
Okay.
And
You just
I
have to
move
end
15,
within
20.
this.
Yeah, that's 20 feet. Cool.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Serena, and Hattie and Gladys, barely catch movement this way as someone is very apparently leaving the building. Yep. Dark robes and the sound of talons across stone and out. And
I did not see where you pinged.
that's cause I wasn't on the right layer. This way.
Okay.
the elk skeletons. This first one is going to charge forward to attack Gladys with a 10 to hit.
That's a miss.
And the second one will rear up and try to kick you across the face with a 15.
That's also a miss.
All right, great. Then it's your turn. Rogue should not tank.
Rogue is the best. AC tank is the best tank. Yes.
I'm just remembering how she went down 4 times in one fight or one night.
What got back up?
I really want to bolt after whatever's running out, but that seems like just a bad choice right now. I will.
You got it. Bonus action
You're
disengage.
fine. Yeah, that's right.
Maybe like take a swipe at the green one and still have bonus to bounce on over.
I'm going to. God, I really want to kill this fucking thing. Screw it. I'm gonna bonus action disengage, and I'm just running in the general direction and seeing if I can see anything.
Okay. You see someone who is approaching the ledge of the terrarium. Dark figure in the moonlight. In the lack of moonlight. It's dark. You have magic vision.
Okay. That's that's all I got. So
All right. Serena?
I will move down to sort of guard. Why can't I move myself? There we go. 20 feet down. The same sort of black and red energy will swirl around this elk, and I am just casting Toll the Dead.
Okay.
Which is in my spell list, but not on my spell bar. Oh, because it's not an attack, so I can't actually add it to the attack list.
13, it will save.
Okay, good, because that didn't roll damage correctly.
Okay.
That's it for me.
Can I see the figure yet?
Yeah.
Well enough to fire a shot?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to throw a guiding bolt.
Okay.
Come on. It's gonna roll low now. Oh, it did not.
23 is going to hit.
Low on damage for my usual, but
Right.
decent enough. They're
Okay.
glowing now.
Yeah, they are somewhat illuminated.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Bonus action. Nobody else has been hurt yet. Huh.
Correct.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Mhm.
Wisteria.
I didn't catch the person leaving, correct?
No, not acutely enough.
Then I will just go ahead and go ahead and use my last second level spell slot for this bad boy. Flaming Sphere, right in between those two.
All right. Do you want to drop it for me?
Yeah. Whoosh.
And would you like to use your bonus action to bump one of them?
Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to bump the one that I've hit already.
Okay. Rolled a 5 for 6 points. Oh, that is just over enough to
It's-
kill that one.
Yeah. Also, it's 7 fire damage because.
Great. The adept. Yeah. All right. How do you want to kill that one?
Yeah, just ram it into its rib cage and sort of ash it from the inside.
Okay. At the squawking call, shout, as they are hit from behind, this slightly illuminated person who is just sprinting over to the side. A wand in their hand turns, and they suddenly vanish from sight. You see them just barely, Gladys, 30 feet ahead, casting Misty Step, catching them in the air over the side of the terrarium, and they begin to fall. Then it is the skeleton. The first one is going to make the dex save for 11. That's going to fail. Take 7 points of fire damage. And then charge Wisteria. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, okay. And shit, a 25 to hit.
That's going to hit, and she's going to dig in her heels and explode in a fiery shield again. Come on!
All right.
That's
Because it got to charge, there's the extra 2d8, so it's a total of 22 piercing damage, reduced by 6. It takes 6.
Holy shit. You said 22, right?
I did.
Reduced by 6?
By 6.
So that's...
So 16.
16. Dead. Unconscious. Wait,
Unconscious.
You had
hold on.
HP.
Hit temp HP.
I had a second round of temp HP because I ended a second turn in Hattie's thing, right?
I think you've only ended.
I was in both
Stack
turns.
whichever number is higher.
Oh, what was
you
the
hadn't
second
taken damage yet?
What was the second?
I'll roll it again and see. Yeah, it would have been less than what you had.
Yeah, I'm unconscious.
I only had 6.
Right.
And my flaming sphere fucking disappears, I guess. God damn it.
Yeah. Okay, Gladys.
Can I see this creature falling out the window?
Yes. They have teleported themselves like into the air and are free falling, it looks like.
Are they within 90 feet of me?
I'm gonna say yes.
Great. I'm going to transfer my hunter's mark onto them.
Okay.
And man, I don't have any way to bring them back in here. I'm going to cast Toll the Dead on our elk friend.
Okay. That's gonna fail. So 2d12 or 1d12. Oof.
Fantastic. And that is my turn.
All right. Serena.
I gotta see. Okay. Serena plants the shield on the ground in front of her. There is a swell of golden and white energy as I am using my channel divinity on click the right thing. There we go. On Wisteria, who heals for 10. And then as a bonus action, there is a sort of snap of similar energy. As a bonus action, I'm casting Healing Word at 2nd level on Serena. On Wisteria.
Uh-huh. And is that going to add your life cleric stuff, right?
Okay, that's right. That's right. I don't know why Ambush Prey is clicked. It did not. That should have added another 4, so that is 14. So total of
Holy
24 healing.
shit! I literally get knocked unconscious, and a moment later I am up at nearly full. Holy shit! Do I also get the
That's
10 HP
life
or no?
No, it's
Oh.
Serena. You'll get some in a
Serena.
second.
I will take those. And Serena just shouts, "We should get out of. You should get out of there, Wisteria. Get behind me."
Okay.
Actually, I will close the distance.
Okay, great.
Even though
Good-
we need to
good
chase
call.
that bird, I will close that distance.
All right, good call. And
I could-
Hattie,
I could see it out there, right?
falling.
Floating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. We'll try my second guiding bolt.
25 will hit.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to switch to archer form and sling a fucking starry bolt at it.
Okay.
We might
Blast
want
it out
this
of the
thing
sky.
alive. I'm just saying.
Look, Hattie's on brand.
Yeah,
14,
yeah, it is.
14 will miss.
No, this has advantage because of the guiding
Okay,
bolt hitting.
yes, a 21 is going to hit for 9. All right. Okay.
Yeah, Hattie just continues to fucking blast it. Gotta stay on brand.
Uh-huh.
Let's see if I didn't do better than 4. Okay, that's me.
Okay. That guy's in a bad way suddenly,
Yeah.
real bad. Wisteria.
How's this bad boy looking? This elk skeleton in front of me.
Bloodied.
That's what I like to hear. Let's... Let's do... a quickened burning hands. Holy shit.
Okay. Roll the 17. For 12 points. Okay.
And then another 2 from
All right.
my sorcerer thing. And then I am disengaging with my action and running over here to Hattie and Gladys. And that's my turn. Do I now see the guy that Hattie's fucking firing at? Or no?
You do until you see his wings sort of snap outwards. The wand glow for a moment as he casts a spell, and is then invisible. Then remaining skeleton rears up to club Serena with its hooves with a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Holy shit! For 20 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Ooh.
I got 10 HP, so that softens that blow somewhat. Okay.
Yeah, that was no good. Gladys, you're up.
We definitely don't want to kill that guy. To answer that question, I feel like we need to be able to speak to that person. We probably don't want them dead.
Nail.
25 will hit. All right.
And because I've got nothing better to do with a bonus action.
That's gonna
Nice.
hit. 6 is just enough damage. How you want to do this?
What sort of weapon, if any, is Serena wielding?
I do not have any weapons in hand. I just have a shield.
Okay, great. I want to jab a nail in its knee, and it loses its footing, and it falls forward and impales its skull on Serena's shield.
Brilliant. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys one round of opportunity to see how you want to, if anyway, handle what's happening outside. Serena?
If y'all trust me and know where he's going, we can just jump and fall. I can. We'll survive, and I will start running for the edge where
Okay.
it went over.
All right.
Work your magic.
Can one of you catch him?
I don't know. We can try. Basically, I have Featherfall prepared.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know how fast we fall versus how fast they fall. Because we fall 60 feet, but they can fly, or blah 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 blah. I don't know. I'm assuming Gladys is with a glide speed is the only one who can actually has a chance, but I don't know.
Well, I would just say, Gladys, get out and try and
Go.
get closer to them. We'll be right behind you.
If while falling I can get within 90 feet, I do have sleep prepared also. But I feel like that's a bad idea because that results in them plummeting to their sleepy death.
That would be really funny, though.
I was about to cast sleep on him.
Oh, that's why you said there's no way he moved enough to avoid it. I was like, what do you mean? You're casting
I could then recast Featherfall if they are within range. Because Featherfall does not require them to be willing creatures, it's just falling creatures.
Falling creatures are rarely willing creatures.
I think the first thing
Mostly, I should say.
Gladys would do, I mean, she's going to book for the window and jump out, right?
Okay.
And if she can't see anybody out there, then she is going to make, I don't know if you want perception or survival to try and locate this person, but I've got advantage because of Hunter's Mark.
Which will be canceled out because they are invisible. But I will
Okay.
allow I will allow a perception check. Okay. They are evidently gliding. You can hear the wind move. I think this is the first time you've actually used your glide feature. But you know how wind moves and how to manipulate it, and you can feel a pattern. Some, I think it's at this point 60 feet or more away and away and down.
Okay.
Oh, it wasn't your turn. Oh wait, it
Okay.
was. No, it wasn't. It was not.
I think I know what I was gonna do on my turn, which is jump. I know roughly where, assuming it is gliding, meaning it is going down. I was the last person to see it. So I'm essentially going to point out 60 feet as far as I can, kind of out and then down, and try to cast this.
Okay, with a 20-foot cube, you're not going to get him, because with glide, he can move in a on the x-axis as well.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Then Wisteria.
Was Featherfall cast yet?
Yeah, I
It will
guess-
be. It will be.
I
Can
thought
I-
Serena cast it on us.
The intention is for once you guys get to the edge, because not many of you guys have gotten
Yeah.
to the edge yet.
Plus, I can't really precast it because it has to
Yeah,
be cast.
it's a
once it's
reaction.
falling.
Okay, then yeah, like I guess. Sorry, I thought we were already like jumping out.
Yeah, if I can like prepare my action, or sorry, hold my action to run and use my movement to jump out the window when Serena does.
From you, he's like 120 feet away. Not that you would actually have any way of knowing that. You have no idea where.
No, I'm saying I would like to hold my action to like jump out of the window
I mean,
at
I
the same
was-
time. I don't have any like spells or anything that like
Yeah,
helps
I
me.
was
there.
ahead of you in the initiative. That's why I'm
Mhm.
actually the one waiting for all of you guys to get.
Oh,
So
okay.
all you guys
Sorry.
gotta do is
Then I probably would have jumped as part of mine, but I guess it's probably better to wait.
Yeah.
I assume we both wait for
The-
whoever is coming last.
The biggest thing, the biggest point right now is that Serena is the furthest one still in the building, has the farthest to go.
Yeah, I didn't move my token because I didn't know if like on the map it was worth it. I think
'Cause-
my
Mhm.
initiative was next up once it
Yeah.
died
Mhm.
because Gladys is the one that killed it. So that's when I would have just run to the edge,
Would've
stopped
been
and waited for the other two to get there so that we were all jumping together.
Okay, I'm with you. Okay.
Then I'd be doing that.
Okay. All right. Everyone is over the side of the cliff, it sounds like.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Deduct the Featherfall slot.
All right. Then a few of you are free falling and floating very slowly towards the ground. Gladys, you are gliding. And just before, after you have taken the jump, he suddenly becomes visible to you. A good 60 feet away, and again down, up to your left, it looks like, becomes visible as he casts another spell, Fly, and begins to immediately pull up and up and towards the avium, the structure itself, and around it. And then it is your turn.
How far away is he from me?
I
mean, he's above
believe-
me he was below me, now he's above me at this point.
Yeah, I've got to do some math. I think that means about 100 feet. No, sorry, not 100. 20 feet above you now.
Oh. All right, let's go for broke. And I'm going to try and land on him.
Excellent. I love that. So you get to do that. What do you want to do as your action?
I want to grapple him.
Okay. Can you make me an athletics check?
Oh yeah, I'm great at these.
Yeah, I
What a
figured.
fucking no. No.
No, I already used my inspiration. God damn it.
You rolled a 4. He rolled a dirty 20. You land on top of him. His robes do not catch in your talons. A few feathers pull from his wings as you continue to drop and plummet, and he continues upwards.
I have some feathers though.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. and everyone else is falling down. I don't think we have any way to go back up. Is that correct?
I do not.
Nope. What you call it? How
How
far away
far-
is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question.
From you guys, that puts him at 40 feet above you.
'Cause you can, one of you can still
Okay.
sleep
Yeah.
him, and then
Yep.
the
Well,
other can catch him with Featherfall. Woo!
If I can see now where it is, I'm pointing up and casting sleep in essentially with a little bit of lead in front of where it is, so that the sphere
Okay.
will hit.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go ahead and upcast that.
Oh boy! Oh yes, yes,
41.
yes, 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 yes.
Let's go ahead and cast
Wings fold, and he begins to drop.
Oh!
I will recast Featherfall, which can include up to 5 creatures. So I will target both this unconscious person and Gladys, just to be safe.
All right, great. And everyone drifts down to the ground
Yeah, what's awkward
in
is
the
he's gonna
fields
be
of the avium.
he's gonna be
Jesus, I have,
drifting
like,
above us
no
the
slack.
entire way down. He's
Yep.
never gonna catch up to
Yep.
It's just gonna be a little ways above us.
And that's where we're going to call session for tonight, everybody.